Picture yourself in a courtroom today, listening to two lawyers passionately argue their case, each appealing to a universal sense of justice and fairness. Or perhaps you're following a heated scientific debate online, where researchers are fundamentally divided over what constitutes truth and proof. In these moments, have you ever paused to wonder where these foundational ideas actually come from? It feels like they've always been part of our world, the invisible framework holding up our societies, our laws, and even our personal goals. But what if I told you that the very bedrock of our modern mind set our understanding of democracy, our methods of scientific inquiry, and our drive for self-improvement wasn't born in a Silicon Valley lab or a European Enlightenment salon, but was forged over 2,000 years ago in the sun-drenched city-states of ancient Greece? This is the thrilling premise we're exploring today, a journey back in time to uncover 30 revolutionary ideas from a handful of brilliant thinkers that secretly and profoundly built the world we live in right now. Think about it. Every time you vote in an election, you're participating in a system that a small group of Athenians debated in their assembly. Each time you hear a motivational speaker talk about finding your purpose or living a virtuous life, you're hearing echoes of philosophical conversations that took place in the Athenian agora. Our entire Western approach to medicine, based on observation and logical diagnosis, stems from a radical shift in thinking that occurred in the ancient world. These aren't just dusty concepts from a history book. They are living, breathing principles that shape your daily reality, from the apps on your phone to the structure of your government. The connections are often hidden in plain sight, woven so deeply into the fabric of our culture that we rarely stop to appreciate their extraordinary origins. So consider this video your personal investigation. We're about to connect these ancient thoughts directly to modern life, tracing a continuous line of intellectual inheritance that spans millennia. This isn't a dry lecture, it's a detective story piecing together how the profound musings of philosophers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, along with many other brilliant minds, managed to travel through time and secretly engineer the modern world. We'll see how their ideas about ethics, knowledge, and human potential were not merely academic exercises, but powerful blueprints for civilization itself. It's a story of human ambition and imagination on a grand scale, and by the end of our journey, you'll never look at your own life or the world around you in quite the same way again. Our journey into the philosophical foundations of the modern world begins not with a grand theory or a written doctrine, but with a man who famously claimed to know nothing. In the bustling Athenian marketplace, the Agora, around the 5th century BCE, you would have found Socrates, an unassuming figure by all accounts, engaging politicians, poets, and everyday citizens in conversation. His mission was deceptively simple: to uncover the truth about fundamental concepts like justice, courage, and piety, but his method was utterly revolutionary. He didn't lecture or proclaim his own wisdom. Instead, he asked questions, a relentless, cascading series of questions designed to poke holes in people's most deeply held beliefs. This systematic approach to inquiry, which we now call the Socratic Method, was far more than a teaching style. It was the very invention of critical thinking as we understand it. Picture a young, confident Athenian general who boasts that courage is never retreating from a battle. Socrates would begin his gentle dissection. Is it courageous, he might ask, for a general to hold a narrow pass against a vastly larger force, ensuring the annihilation of his entire army, when a strategic withdrawal could save his soldiers' lives to fight another day? The general would be forced to reconsider. Through this dialogue, Socrates would guide his interlocutor to see that his initial definition was inadequate, that true courage must involve wisdom and timing, not just brute force. This process of elenchus, a cross-examination that exposes contradictions in one's own beliefs, was often deeply unsettling. It forced people to confront their own ignorance, the first and most crucial step toward genuine knowledge. Socrates compared himself to a gadfly, stinging the lazy, giant horse that was the Athenian state into action and self-awareness. The profound power of this technique is that it dismantles unexamined assumptions, the kind of unconscious biases and received wisdom that we all carry with us. It's the ultimate tool for intellectual hygiene, scrubbing away shaky foundations so that sturdier, more reliable knowledge can be built. Now, fast forward to the 21st century, and you will find the Socratic Method alive and well, operating in places you encounter regularly. In law schools across the globe, professors use this exact style of questioning to train future lawyers. A student might state that a case is about breach of contract, and the professor will fire back with a series of what-ifs, and how would you distinguish this from that precedent, forcing the student to refine their argument, anticipate counter-arguments, and understand the law at a much deeper, more principled level. But its influence extends far beyond the courtroom. Modern cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, is a powerful application of Socratic principles. A therapist doesn't tell a patient that their anxiety is irrational. Instead, they guide them with questions to examine the evidence for their anxious thoughts, to explore alternative interpretations, and to ultimately arrive at a more balanced perspective themselves. This self-directed discovery is far more impactful and lasting than simply being given an answer. Even in the corporate world, the core of modern problem-solving and root cause analysis is Socratic. When a project fails, effective leaders don't just assign blame. They ask why 5 times, peeling back the layers of symptoms to uncover the fundamental system or process failure. Every time we prioritize a rigorous process of questioning over accepting easy answers, we are walking in the footsteps of that peculiar philosopher in the Athenian marketplace, proving that his method for seeking truth is as vital today as it was 2 millennia ago. Socrates, however, paid the ultimate price for his role as the city's intellectual conscience. His relentless questioning, which exposed the ignorance of powerful and respected figures, created a long list of influential enemies. The political climate in Athens had also become tense and fragile following its defeat in the Peloponnesian War, and the city's leaders were in no mood for a gadfly challenging the established order. So, in the year 399 BC, Socrates was formally charged with 2 grave crimes: corrupting the youth of Athens and impiety, disbelieving in the city's official gods, and introducing new divinities. These were not trivial accusations. They struck at the very heart of Athenian civic and religious identity. His trial was a public spectacle. Instead of appealing to the emotions of the jury or begging for mercy, Socrates delivered a stunning and unrepentant defense, as recorded by his student Plato in the Apology. He argued that his philosophical mission was a divine calling, a service to the city mandated by the god Apollo himself. He famously declared that the unexamined life is not worth living, framing his questioning not as a corrupting influence, but as the only path to true virtue and a meaningful existence. He even suggested that, if acquitted, the city should reward him with free meals for life for his service. His defiance, while philosophically consistent, alienated the jury. He was found guilty by a narrow margin, and when asked to propose his own punishment, he first joked that he should receive a public honor, then reluctantly suggested a small fine. The jury, offended by his lack of contrition, voted for the death penalty by an even larger margin. What happened next is perhaps even more significant than the trial itself. Socrates was imprisoned, and his friends arranged a foolproof plan for his escape. Yet, when the moment came, Socrates refused. He argued that to flee would be to violate the very laws of Athens that had nurtured him his entire life. Even though the verdict was unjust, the legal process itself was legitimate. By breaking the law to save himself, he would be destroying the authority of all laws, ultimately harming the city he loved. His commitment to his principles was absolute. In his final hours, surrounded by his grieving disciples, he calmly drank a cup of poison hemlock, discussing the immortality of the soul until the moment his body went numb. His death was not a defeat, but a final, powerful lesson in integrity. This single event, the martyrdom of a thinker for his ideas, created a legacy far more potent than any lecture could have. Socrates became the ultimate symbol of the individual conscience standing against the unjust will of the majority. His death immortalized his life's work, transforming him from a controversial local figure into an eternal icon. Throughout history, his story has served as a foundational narrative for movements of intellectual freedom and civil disobedience. Think of Henry David Thoreau, jailed for refusing to pay a tax that supported the Mexican-American War, who wrote his seminal essay, Civil Disobedience, with the spirit of Socrates in mind. He argued that a man's duty is not to devote himself to the laws of the state, but to the laws of what is right. Or consider Martin Luther King Jr., who from his Birmingham jail cell explicitly invoked Socrates' notion of creating tension in the mind to force a community to confront its own prejudices and injustices. The choice Socrates made in that Athenian prison echoes every time a whistleblower risks everything to expose corruption, or when a scientist presents unpopular data because it represents the truth. His story poses a challenging question that still resonates today. What is our responsibility when our conscience conflicts with the demands of our society? Do we obey, or do we, like Socrates, accept the consequences of staying true to a higher principle? His death proved that ideas, especially those tested and affirmed through sacrifice, are ultimately more powerful than the state that tries to silence them. He demonstrated that the true philosopher, or any thinking person, has a duty not to a specific government, but to the relentless pursuit of truth and justice, no matter the personal cost. Now, if Socrates was the master of asking questions, his most famous student, Plato, became obsessed with providing the ultimate answers. After witnessing his teacher's execution, Plato grew deeply skeptical of the physical, political world. How could a just city condemn its wisest man? This led him to develop a theory so profound and radical that it would shape Western thought for the next 2,000 years, the theory of forms. Plato proposed that the world we perceive with our senses, this chaotic, ever-changing and imperfect reality, is not the true reality at all. Instead, it is merely a shadow, a pale copy, of a higher, eternal, and perfect realm he called the world of forms. Think of it this way: you can draw a circle on a piece of paper, but no matter how steady your hand, it will never be a perfect circle. It will have tiny bumps, slight asymmetries, and an uneven line. Yet, when you look at it, you instantly recognize it as a circle. Why? According to Plato, it's because you are not comparing it to other imperfect drawings. You are comparing it to the perfect, ideal form of a circle that exists in this higher reality. This form is the absolute essence of circularity, mathematically perfect, eternally unchanging, and accessible only through the intellect, not the senses. The same logic applies to everything from a tree to a table, and most importantly, to abstract concepts like justice, beauty, and goodness. Every act of justice we see in our world is just a flawed approximation of the perfect, universal form of justice itself. This distinction between the messy physical world and the pristine realm of perfect ideals was a philosophical earthquake. Its immediate and most powerful influence was on religious thought. The concept of a perfect, heavenly realm standing in stark contrast to our flawed, earthly existence is a cornerstone of many theological systems. In Christian theology, for instance, the Platonic framework is remarkably evident. The earthly world is seen as a place of sin, suffering, and impermanence, while heaven is conceived as a perfect, eternal, and unchanging domain, a direct parallel to Plato's world of forms. The human soul, in this view, yearns for its true home in that higher reality, just as our intellect yearns to comprehend the perfect forms. This philosophical architecture provided a powerful intellectual vocabulary for theologians to articulate spiritual beliefs for centuries. But the legacy of the theory of forms is far from being just a historical relic. Its core principle that truth resides in abstract, perfect models is the very bedrock of modern mathematics. A mathematician doesn't study the wobbly circle you drew. They explore the properties of the ideal Platonic circle defined by the equation x2 plus y2 equals r2. They operate in a world of pure forms, perfect triangles, flawless numbers, and immaculate geometric proofs. This entire discipline functions on the assumption that these perfect, non-physical entities are real, and that discovering their properties reveals fundamental truths about the universe itself. Perhaps the most striking modern incarnation of Platonism is found in the seemingly unphilosophical world of computer science. When a programmer writes code, what are they actually creating? They are not just typing characters on a screen, they are constructing an abstract logical model, a perfect formal system of rules and relationships. This code is a form in the Platonic sense. It exists in a pure, ideal state. The physical computer, with all its hardware quirks and limitations, then struggles to execute this perfect plan, producing the sometimes glitchy, imperfect reality we see on our monitors. The entire field of software engineering is a grand, continuous effort to make the flawed physical hardware accurately mirror the perfect, abstract logic of the code. Every time a developer debugs a program, they are essentially trying to align a shadowy, imperfect copy with its luminous, perfect form. So, from the halls of medieval monasteries to the server farms of Silicon Valley, Plato's vision of a hidden reality of perfect blueprints continues to guide our search for truth, order, and perfection in a seemingly chaotic world. While Plato was contemplating perfect realities in the heavens, his own student Aristotle turned his piercing gaze firmly back to the earth, to the world of observation, evidence, and systematic reasoning. If Socrates gave us the spirit of questioning and Plato the dream of perfect ideals, then Aristotle gave us the essential toolbox for building reliable knowledge from the ground up. His monumental achievement was the creation of formal logic, a structured system for distinguishing valid arguments from invalid ones. At the heart of this system was a powerful, elegantly simple tool known as the syllogism. A syllogism is a three-part logical structure consisting of two premises that lead inevitably to a conclusion. The classic example is so famous it has become almost second nature to us: all men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. On the surface, this seems almost too obvious, but its genius lies not in the conclusion which we already know, but in the unbreakable chain of reasoning that gets us there. If you accept the first two statements as true, the third is not just probable, it is logically inescapable. This was the birth of deductive reasoning, the process of drawing specific, guaranteed conclusions from general principles. Aristotle didn't just offer a few examples, he meticulously catalogued and analyzed the different forms syllogisms could take, creating an entire science of valid inference. He identified how arguments could go wrong, not just through false information, but through flawed structure when the conclusion simply doesn't follow from the premises, even if the premises are true. For instance, consider this flawed structure: all cats are mammals. My dog is a mammal, therefore my dog is a cat. The premises are factually correct, but the structure is invalid, so the conclusion is nonsense. By creating this rulebook for reasoning, Aristotle provided the first universal standard for rational discourse, a set of intellectual traffic laws that could prevent conversational pile-ups and guide thinkers toward sound, defensible conclusions. For the first time, humanity had a formal method to test the structural integrity of an idea before fully embracing it. The immediate impact of this toolkit was the solidification of rigorous academic and scientific debate. But its legacy exploded far beyond ancient lecture halls. let's trace its journey into two seemingly unrelated modern domains, the court of law and the computer server farm. In a courtroom, attorneys build their cases precisely through syllogistic reasoning. They establish a major premise, often rooted in a statute or a legal precedent. For example, the act of intentionally taking another's property constitutes theft. Then they present a minor premise supported by evidence. The defendant intentionally took the victim's jewelry. The conclusion, argued before the jury, follows with logical force. Therefore, the defendant committed theft. The entire adversarial system is a battle over the validity and truth of these premises, all framed within the Aristotelian structure of logical deduction. Without this foundational framework, legal reasoning would be little more than a chaotic exchange of anecdotes and emotions. Now take a leap into the digital realm. Every single line of code that powers our modern world is built on the bones of Aristotelian logic. Computer programming languages are, at their core, systems of formal logic. The most fundamental building block is the if-then statement, which is essentially a syllogism in digital clothing. A programmer writes, if a user is logged in the minor premise, and if the rule states that only logged-in users can access the dashboard, the major premise, then grant the user access to the dashboard, the conclusion. The computer becomes a perfect, lightning-fast Aristotelian logician, evaluating millions of these logical syllogisms every second to run everything from your smartphone to international financial networks. The very concept of algorithms, step-by-step procedures for solving problems, is a direct descendant of Aristotle's systematic approach. When we interact with any piece of technology, we are engaging with a system whose operational logic was first mapped out over 2 millennia ago by a philosopher walking the grounds of his Athenian Lyceum. And this influence permeates the very structure of how we communicate complex ideas. The standard 5-paragraph essay you learned in school, the backbone of academic writing, is a practical application of syllogistic reasoning on a grand scale. Your thesis statement acts as the ultimate conclusion you will prove. Each body paragraph then functions as a mini-syllogism, presenting evidence, the minor premise that connects to a broader principle or analysis, the major premise to support a key aspect of your overall argument. A well-constructed debate, a persuasive business proposal, a scientific paper, all of them rely on this underlying architecture of presenting premises that logically lead to a conclusion. Aristotle's logic gave us more than a way to think. It gave us the blueprint for how to persuasively and clearly convey that thinking to others, creating a common language of reason that has shaped the progress of knowledge itself. But Aristotle's genius didn't stop at creating the rules for logic. He took his observational prowess and applied it to a question so fundamental it underpins all science, art, and human curiosity. Why does anything exist in the way that it does? To answer this, he developed a breathtakingly comprehensive framework known as the doctrine of the four causes. He reasoned that to truly know a thing, you cannot just describe it. You must understand the complete story of its existence, and that story is told through 4 distinct types of explanation. Let's bring this to life with a timeless example, a marble statue. First, you have the material cause. This is the most straightforward cause, the literal stuff a thing is made from. For our statue, the material cause is the block of marble. Without the marble, the statue simply cannot exist. It's the raw potential, the physical substance awaiting form. Next is the formal cause. This is the specific shape, pattern, or essence that defines the thing. It's the design in the sculptor's mind, the vision of, say, the goddess Athena, that transforms the amorphous block into a recognizable figure. The marble is the potential, but the form is what makes it this particular statue and not just a rock. Third is the efficient cause. This is what we typically mean by cause today, the agent or activity that brings the thing into being. It's the sculptor, along with their chisels, hammers, and the physical act of carving. The efficient cause is the triggering action that turns the potential of the marble and the plan of the form into a physical reality. Finally, and most profoundly for Aristotle, is the final cause. This is the ultimate purpose or end goal for which a thing exists. Why was this statue created? What is its telos, its aim? Perhaps it was made to honor a deity, to inspire civic pride in a public square, or simply to create beauty. The final cause is the reason the entire process was set in motion in the first place. It's the final piece that makes the entire story of the statue's existence make complete sense. For Aristotle, a full explanation was incomplete without addressing this for the sake of what? He saw purpose woven into the very fabric of reality, from acorns striving to become oak trees to human beings striving for a life of flourishing. Now, you might think this is a charming ancient concept, but its fingerprints are all over modern innovation. Consider the field of product design. When a team at a tech company sets out to create a new smartphone, they are engaging in a deeply Aristotelian process. They begin with the material cause, selecting the specific alloys, glass, and silicon for the chip. They then define the formal cause through meticulous blueprints, user interface designs, and software architecture, the phone's essential form and function. The efficient cause is the entire manufacturing pipeline, the automated assembly robots, the software engineers writing code, and the factory workers on the production line. But what ultimately drives the entire project, the final cause, the purpose of the device? Is it to connect people more easily, to provide a tool for creativity? To generate profit for shareholders? The success of the product hinges on a clear and compelling final cause, because that purpose dictates every decision about materials, form, and manufacturing. A phone designed for rugged outdoor use will have vastly different material and formal causes than one designed as a luxury fashion item. Aristotle's framework, therefore, provides a complete and powerful methodology for understanding not just natural objects but human creations as well. This search for purpose, or teleology, also became a driving force in biology for centuries, thanks to Aristotle's influence. Scientists observed the natural world and saw clear evidence of final causes everywhere. They asked, what is the purpose of the long, coiled trunk of an elephant for grasping food and drawing water? What is the purpose of the intricate structure of a bird's wing? For flight, this teleological perspective, studying parts of an organism in relation to the function they serve for the whole, was incredibly productive. It guided anatomical discoveries and fostered a deep appreciation for the complexity and interdependence of life. While modern evolutionary biology has replaced the idea of a conscious purpose with the mechanism of natural selection, the language of function remains indispensable. Biologists still speak of the function of the heart as being to pump blood, and they study the structure of a leaf to understand how it fulfills its purpose in photosynthesis. The ghost of Aristotle's final cause still provides a useful, if not metaphysically literal, lens for understanding the living world. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the four causes, however, is how it resonates with a fundamental human yearning, our own search for meaning. We instinctively apply this Aristotelian analysis to our own lives and careers, often without realizing it. We ask ourselves about our material cause, what are our innate talents and resources? We contemplate our formal cause, what skills have we shaped, what education have we acquired, what is our personal character and identity? We reflect on our efficient cause, what events, mentors, and experiences have acted upon us to make us who we are today. But the question that often causes the most anxiety and drives the most profound personal journeys is the search for our final cause. What is our purpose? What is the ultimate end goal of our efforts? This isn't just a philosophical luxury. It's a core component of a life well lived. The entire self-help industry, the rise of career coaching, and the popularity of frameworks for finding one's ikigai or reason for being are all modern manifestations of this ancient quest to identify our final cause. We feel that to live a truly fulfilled life, we must understand not just what we are made of or what skills we have, but what we are for. In this way, Aristotle's 2,000-year-old framework for understanding a simple statue provides a surprisingly robust and deeply personal roadmap for understanding the most complex creation of all, ourselves. After exploring the grand architectures of logic and purpose laid down by Plato and Aristotle, we now encounter a philosophy that seems to turn inward, offering a radically different recipe for a good life. When you hear the word Epicureanism, what springs to mind? Perhaps images of lavish Roman feasts, decadent indulgence, and the relentless pursuit of sensory pleasure. This is one of history's greatest and most persistent philosophical misconceptions. The real philosophy of Epicurus, developed in his garden school in Athens, was not about hedonistic abandon but about achieving a very specific and profound state of being. Ataraxia, a serene tranquility, a complete absence of mental disturbance and physical pain. For Epicurus, this peace of mind was the highest possible pleasure and the ultimate goal of human life. He arrived at this conclusion through a simple but powerful calculation. Epicurus observed that all human actions are ultimately aimed at gaining pleasure or avoiding pain, but he was a master of distinguishing between different kinds of pleasure. He identified two main categories: kinetic pleasures and static pleasures. Kinetic pleasures are the active, stimulating ones, the thrill of a delicious meal, the excitement of a celebration, the buzz of a new acquisition. These are not bad in themselves, but they are fundamentally unstable. They arise from a state of lack or desire, provide a fleeting satisfaction, and are almost always followed by a crash, indigestion, a hangover, or the anxiety of losing what you've gained. Chasing them, Epicurus warned, is like pouring water into a leaky jar. It's a frantic and ultimately exhausting endeavor. True and lasting happiness, he argued, lies in static pleasure. The profound satisfaction that comes when all our needs are met, when our bodies are free from pain and our minds are free from worry. This is the state of ataraxia. Imagine the simple, deep contentment of a day when you are healthy. You have eaten a modest but nourishing meal. You are surrounded by trusted friends, and you have no pressing fears or anxieties about the future. That feeling, according to Epicurus, is the pinnacle of human experience. It's not a peak of excitement, but a wide, peaceful plateau of contentment. His entire philosophy was therefore a strategic guide for minimizing pain and anxiety to maximize this serene stability. This led him to advocate for a life of surprising simplicity. He famously stated that the wealth required by nature is both limited and easily obtained, while the wealth required by vain ideals extends to infinity. To achieve ataraxia, one must master one's desires, sharply distinguishing between those that are natural and necessary, like food, shelter, and companionship, and those that are natural but unnecessary or entirely vain and empty, like luxurious foods, fame, or immense wealth. A simple diet of bread and water can satisfy hunger as effectively as a gourmet feast, without the accompanying financial strain or physical discomfort. Withdrawing from the tumultuous and often corrupting world of politics and public acclaim was another key tactic. The relentless pursuit of status and power, he observed, generates immense anxiety and exposes one to the whims of fortune and the envy of others. A quiet life among a close-knit community of friends in his garden was a far safer and more reliable path to peace. The modern parallels to this ancient wisdom are both striking and profoundly relevant. Consider the entire minimalism movement. When people choose to declutter their homes and lives, they are enacting a core Epicurean principle. They are recognizing that an overabundance of possessions doesn't bring lasting happiness. Instead, it creates mental clutter, financial burden, and the constant anxiety of maintenance and comparison. By consciously limiting their desires and focusing only on what is truly necessary and meaningful, they are seeking the very ataraxia that Epicurus described. They are trading the kinetic pleasure of a new purchase for the static pleasure of a calm, manageable, and orderly life. Similarly, the growing popularity of mindfulness and meditation practices serves as a powerful modern echo. These practices are fundamentally about achieving a state of mental calm and freedom from the churning anxiety of regrets about the past and worries about the future. The goal is not to feel a constant stream of euphoria, but to cultivate a baseline of serene awareness, a direct parallel to the Epicurean ideal of a soul undisturbed. Even our contemporary struggle for work-life balance can be viewed through this lens. The burnout so many experience is the direct result of pursuing vain and unnatural desires, endless career advancement, excessive wealth, and social status, at the expense of natural and necessary ones like health, rest, and deep personal relationships. Choosing to work less to spend more time with family and on hobbies is a practical application of the Epicurean calculus, prioritizing long-term tranquility over short-term, kinetic gains that ultimately lead to greater pain. Ultimately, Epicureanism offers a timeless antidote to the anxiety of consumer culture. It reminds us that the most reliable pleasures are often the simplest and most accessible. The satisfaction of a job well done, the comfort of a deep conversation with a true friend, the peace of a quiet walk in nature. It's a philosophy that empowers us to find freedom not by acquiring more, but by wisely wanting less. In a world that constantly shouts that we need more to be happy, the quiet voice from Epicurus's garden suggests that we already have everything we need for tranquility, if only we have the wisdom to recognize it. If Epicurus sought tranquility by retreating to a quiet garden, the Stoics proposed a far more audacious path to peace, finding it not by avoiding the chaos of the world, but by standing firm in the middle of the storm, unmoved and virtuous. Born in the same turbulent Hellenistic period, Stoicism's fundamental insight is both simple and life-altering. Our suffering does not come from the events that happen to us, but from our judgments about those events. The founder, Zeno of Citium, and later giants like the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius and the former slave Epictetus, argued that the key to a good life lies in a razor-sharp distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Our own opinions, impulses, desires, and aversions, these are our exclusive domain. Everything else, our reputation, our wealth, our health, the actions of others, is ultimately not up to us. It is externals, part of the ever-rolling tide of fortune. This philosophy was not just theoretical, it was a daily discipline, a set of mental exercises for building an unshakable character. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men in the world, would write private notes to himself, now known as his meditations, to reinforce this practice. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength, he reminded himself. He would mentally rehearse the challenges of his day, not with anxiety, but with a calm acceptance of whatever might occur. Epictetus, teaching from his humble school, drilled this point home with relentless clarity. It's not things that upset us, but our judgments about things. He advised his students that when a distressing thought arises, they should say to it, "You are just an impression and not at all the thing you appear to be." This is the core of Stoic cognitive reframing, intercepting a raw, emotional impression and subjecting it to rational analysis before allowing it to dictate your reaction. One of their most powerful tools was a practice known as premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This sounds pessimistic, but its purpose was profoundly liberating. The Stoic would regularly and vividly imagine losing everything they held dear. Their career, their possessions, even their loved ones. Far from being a morbid exercise, this was a psychological vaccine against the shock of misfortune. By mentally rehearsing the loss of things not fully under their control, they stripped those things of their power to devastate. When a setback actually occurred, the Stoic was not caught off guard. They had already visited that reality in their mind and had reaffirmed that their true worth, their virtue and character remained intact. This practice cultivated a deep-seated resilience, a recognition that while fortune can take away externals, it cannot touch your inner citadel if you choose to guard it. The modern revival of Stoicism is nothing short of a philosophical renaissance, and its most clinically validated application is in cognitive behavioral therapy. The founder of CBT, Dr. Albert Ellis, explicitly credited Epictetus as a major influence. The central mechanism of CBT is almost a direct translation of Stoic principles into therapeutic practice. We do not get disturbed by events, but by the rigid and often irrational beliefs we hold about those events. A therapist using CBT doesn't try to change a client's difficult circumstances first. They help the client identify their automatic negative thoughts, the modern equivalent of those false impressions, and then challenge and reframe them. When a person catastrophizes, thinking, "My presentation was a complete failure and my career is ruined," a CBT therapist guides them to examine the evidence, to see the thought as just a thought, and to adopt a more balanced perspective, exactly as a Stoic would. This is not positive thinking, it's accurate thinking, and it's a powerful tool for managing anxiety and depression. Beyond the therapist's office, you will find Stoic principles hard at work in the high-pressure world of sports psychology. Elite athletes face constant variables outside their control: bad weather, a referee's bad call, the exceptional performance of an opponent. Coaches now train them to focus exclusively on their circle of control, their own technique, their effort, their attitude, and their response to adversity. A quarterback who throws an interception has a choice. He can dwell on the mistake, let frustration consume him, and jeopardize his next play, or he can do what a Stoic would do: accept the event as outside his control now, learn from it if possible, and immediately refocus his entire mind on the very next task. This mental fortitude, this ability to compartmentalize and maintain equanimity under extreme pressure, is the essence of the Stoic athlete. This same framework has become a cornerstone of modern leadership and management training. Effective leaders are constantly bombarded with crises, market fluctuations, and unpredictable team dynamics. Stoicism provides a mental operating system for navigating this chaos. A leader who internalizes the dichotomy of control does not waste emotional energy railing against an economic downturn or a competitor's successful product launch. Instead, they channel all their resources into what they can influence: their team's morale, their strategy's execution, their own decisiveness and clarity. They practice a form of negative visualization by conducting pre-mortem analyses, imagining everything that could go wrong with a project so they can build resilience and contingency plans. The calm, principled leader who inspires confidence in a crisis is often, whether they know it or not, channeling the spirit of Marcus Aurelius, guiding an empire not by controlling events, but by mastering their own perceptions and reactions to them. Let's examine a few of these Stoic exercises in action, starting with that challenging yet transformative idea, amor fati, which translates to a love of one's fate. This is not passive resignation or a grudging acceptance of misfortune. It is an active, enthusiastic embrace of every single thing that happens, the setbacks, the obstacles, the unexpected detours, as not only necessary but as fuel for growth. The Roman Stoic philosopher Seneca expressed this when he wrote, "A great pilot can sail even when his canvas is rent." And the later thinker Friedrich Nietzsche, though not a Stoic himself, captured the spirit perfectly with his phrase, "My formula for greatness in a human being is amor fati," that one wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. The Stoic aims to look at every event, especially the difficult ones, and say, "This too is for my benefit, I will use this." You can see this principle operating at the highest levels of modern leadership. Consider a CEO navigating a sudden market crash or a major public relations crisis. The average reaction might be panic, blame, or despair, but a leader steeped in Stoic thought would practice amor fati. They would accept the new reality without complaint, viewing the crisis not as a catastrophe, but as the very circumstance they were meant to lead through. It becomes their canvas, however torn. This mindset shift is profound. It moves them from asking, "Why is this happening to me?" to, "What does this situation make possible?" It unlocks creativity, fosters decisive action, and inspires the entire organization with a leader who is not shaken by fortune but energized by challenge. This is how setbacks are reframed as setups for comebacks. Another deeply practical Stoic exercise is the nightly review, or what Seneca called his evening meditation. At the end of each day, he would sit in quiet reflection and ask himself three simple questions. What wrong did I practice today? What did I fail to do? In what part could my actions have been better? Notice the focus is not on self-flagellation, but on calm, objective self-assessment. He wasn't tallying sins, he was acting as his own gentle coach, reviewing the game tape of his life to identify where his reactions were out of alignment with his principles. He was looking for those moments where he might have gotten angry unnecessarily, where he acted out of vanity, or where he succumbed to anxiety over something outside his control. This ancient practice finds a powerful modern analog in the military's after-action review, or R. After every training exercise or mission, soldiers gather for a structured, blameless debrief. The goal is not to punish, but to improve. They ask what was supposed to happen, what actually happened, why was there a difference, what can we learn and do better next time. This is Seneca's evening meditation applied to a team. It creates a culture of continuous improvement and radical honesty, where the focus is squarely on refining judgment and performance, not on protecting egos. In the corporate world, this same principle is now embedded in agile development sprints and project retrospectives, where teams regularly pause to reflect on their process and adapt. Then there is the practice of view from above, a mental exercise that involves periodically pulling your perspective back, way back, to see your life and its troubles from a cosmic vantage point. Marcus Aurelius would remind himself to frequently think of the whole universe and the fleeting, insignificant scale of human affairs. He'd visualize entire empires that had risen and fallen, all the people who had lived and died, and the vastness of time and space. From this distant perspective, that stressful meeting or that worrying email loses its terrifying urgency. It's not that your problems are trivialized, but they are contextualized. You see yourself as a small part of a vast, ancient, and magnificent whole. This cognitive tool is incredibly effective for managing stress and preventing burnout, especially in high-stakes professions. A heart surgeon about to perform a complex operation might feel the immense weight of the responsibility. By momentarily practicing the view from above, they can reconnect with the broader arc of their career, the thousands of years of medical discovery that led to this moment, and the sheer miracle of human life itself. This doesn't make them careless, it makes them calm and focused, freeing them from the paralyzing pressure of the immediate moment. An athlete facing a championship game uses a similar mental trick, recognizing that while the game feels like everything, it is one event in a long life and a wide world, which paradoxically allows them to perform with more freedom and less fear. Ultimately, these exercises, loving your fate, reviewing your day, and expanding your perspective, are not about becoming unfeeling robots. They are about building a robust and flexible inner self, a core of character that remains steady regardless of external chaos. They equip a leader to make clear-headed decisions when emotions are running high. They help an athlete maintain composure after a costly error, and they allow a soldier to uphold moral integrity in the fog of war. The goal is to become like the ancient symbol of the Stoic sage, a deep, still pool of water which clearly reflects the world around it, but is never itself disturbed by the storms passing overhead. Now, let's shift our gaze to a philosophy that takes the Socratic commitment to questioning to its absolute extreme, challenging not just our beliefs but the very possibility of certain knowledge itself. While Aristotle was building his monumental systems of logic and purpose, another thinker, Pyrrho of Illes, was traveling with Alexander the Great's army to India and returning with a radical and unsettling idea. What if the reason we can't find final answers is that there aren't any to be found? Pyrrho and the school of skepticism that followed him proposed that for every claim about the world, an equally persuasive counterclaim can be made. Is honey sweet? Well, it tastes sweet to a healthy person but bitter to someone with jaundice. The sweetness isn't in the honey itself, they argued, but in the interaction between the honey and the perceiver. Since we can never get outside of our own perceptions to see the world as it truly is, we can never be certain of anything. The skeptic's conclusion was not despair, but a surprising prescription for happiness, epicure, the suspension of judgment. If you stop making firm declarations about what is true or good or real, you liberate yourself from the mental turmoil of being proven wrong, of debating endlessly, and of clinging to dogmas. The goal was ataraxia, tranquility, much like the Epicureans and Stoics, but achieved through a different path, the peace that comes from accepting uncertainty. A skeptic would witness two philosophers vehemently arguing over the nature of justice, and rather than picking a side, would simply note that both sides seem to have compelling points and that the truth is ultimately unknowable. By refusing to commit, they attained a state of imperturbable calm in the face of life's contradictions. This ancient commitment to doubt may seem like a purely philosophical exercise, but it is the very engine that powers the modern world's greatest knowledge-producing system, science. The scientific method, in its ideal form, is institutionalized skepticism. A scientist doesn't set out to prove a hypothesis is true. That would be dogmatic. Instead, they actively try to falsify it, to prove it wrong through rigorous testing and experimentation. Every scientific claim is held provisionally, always subject to being overturned by new evidence. Sir Isaac Newton's laws of motion were considered unshakable truth for centuries, until Albert Einstein showed they were a special case within a broader, more complex reality. And even Einstein's theories are not the final word. They are constantly being tested and probed at the edges of black holes and the origins of the universe. This process, this embrace of uncertainty and relentless questioning, is what allows science to self-correct and evolve. It is Pyrrho's epicure applied in a laboratory, leading not to inaction but to explosive progress. This thread of radical doubt was picked up and woven into the very fabric of modern philosophy by René Descartes in the 17th century. He sought one indubitable foundation upon which to build all knowledge, and to find it, he employed a method of extreme skepticism, doubting everything that could possibly be doubted. He doubted the evidence of his senses because they can deceive us, as in dreams or illusions. He even doubted logical and mathematical truths, pondering whether a malicious demon could be systematically tricking his mind. But in the midst of this total doubt, he stumbled upon the one thing he could not doubt, the fact that he was doing the doubting. His famous conclusion, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, became the bedrock of modern Western philosophy. Yet it was a foundation born from willingly plunging into the abyss of uncertainty first, a direct descendant of the skeptical tradition. This philosophical journey from ancient Greece to Descartes then ripples directly into our contemporary culture, most vividly in films like The Matrix. The movie is a grand, cinematic exploration of skeptical philosophy. When Neo takes the red pill, he is essentially practicing the Cartesian method of doubt, choosing to question the nature of his reality rather than accept the comfortable illusion. The Matrix itself is the modern equivalent of Descartes' evil demon, a system that fabricates every sensory input. The film forces us to ask the same chilling question the skeptics raised: how can we be certain that our world is real? The phone, the chair you're sitting on, the device you're watching this on, what if they are just incredibly sophisticated electrical signals interpreted by a brain in a vat? While we may live our lives assuming the reality of our experiences, the skeptical tradition ensures that this assumption remains just that, an assumption, not a certainty. It's a philosophy that doesn't provide answers, but instead protects us from the intellectual arrogance of believing we have all the answers, keeping our minds open, humble, and perpetually curious. While the skeptics questioned the possibility of knowledge and the Stoics sought to control their inner world, another philosopher took the rejection of societal norms to a shocking and unforgettable extreme. If you thought Socrates was a gadfly, wait until you meet Diogenes of Sinope, the man who carried a lantern in broad daylight claiming he was searching for an honest man. Diogenes was the most famous practitioner of Cynicism, a school of thought that argued civilization with all its luxuries, conventions, and political games was a disease. True virtue and happiness, he proclaimed, could only be found by living in accord with nature, stripping away every artificial need and social pretense. His life was his philosophy, performed as a continuous public spectacle. After being exiled from his homeland, he embraced his status as an outsider with radical fervor. He took up residence in a large ceramic jar, often called a tub, in the heart of Athens. He owned nothing but a cloak, a staff, and a leather pouch. He begged for food and openly performed all natural bodily functions in public, arguing that what was not shameful to do in private should not be shameful to do in the marketplace. This wasn't mere eccentricity, it was a deliberate, calculated assault on the very concept of shame, which he saw as an unnatural emotion invented by society to control people. He wanted to demonstrate that a human being, like a dog, could live a perfectly free and contented life with only the bare essentials, unburdened by pride, property, or reputation. No one, not even the most powerful man in the world, was safe from his defiant mockery. The most famous anecdote involves Alexander the Great, the young conqueror who had subdued entire empires. Hearing of the famous philosopher, Alexander sought out Diogenes, who was lounging in the sunlight. Standing before the homeless thinker, Alexander grandly offered to grant him any wish. Diogenes, barely looking up, replied, "Stand out of my sunlight." Alexander was so impressed by this display of complete self-sufficiency that he reportedly declared, "If I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes." The story perfectly captures the cynic ideal. The man with literally nothing possessed something the emperor with everything could not obtain: absolute independence. Diogenes had mastered his own desires and in doing so became truly invulnerable. The modern echoes of this radical philosophy are surprisingly loud. The entire ethos of the 1960s counterculture, with its rejection of the suburban, materialistic rat race, is a powerful Diogenic revival. Think of the hippies who dropped out of mainstream society, embraced communal living, and renounced consumerism in favor of simple, natural existence. Their critique of the system and their experiments with alternative lifestyles were a direct challenge to the same societal hypocrisy Diogenes lampooned. The beat poets who came before them, like Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg, also embodied this spirit, prioritizing raw, authentic experience over polished social conformity and a steady career path. Today, we see this spirit alive in the minimalism movement, but taken to a more extreme and politically charged level in anti-consumerist activism. Modern activists who organize Buy Nothing Days or publicly critique the environmental and human cost of fast fashion are channeling Diogenes. They aren't just choosing to own less for personal peace, they are making a public statement against an economic system they see as exploitative and unnatural. When a group engages in culture jamming, subverting corporate advertisements to expose their manipulative intent, they are performing a very Diogenic act, using mockery and public spectacle to reveal the emptiness of societal values. Even in the digital realm, the figure of the cynic finds a new home. The online troll, in its most idealized form, can be seen as a twisted descendant of Diogenes. While often malicious, the core tactic using provocation and absurdity to disrupt earnest, self-important conversations mirrors the cynic's method of shaming society for its pretensions. A more constructive parallel is the political satirist or the stand-up comedian who ruthlessly points out the hypocrisy of politicians and powerful institutions. They serve the same function Diogenes did. They are the court jesters of our modern agora, granted a platform to speak uncomfortable truths through the vehicle of humor, forcing us to question the narratives we so readily accept. Diogenes teaches us that sometimes the most profound philosophical statement is not a complex treatise, but a simple, brazen act that holds a mirror up to society and reveals the absurdity of our own self-imposed chains. From the defiant performance art of Diogenes, we turn now to one of the most haunting and influential thought experiments ever conceived, a story that has captivated thinkers for millennia. In his masterpiece, The Republic, Plato presents the allegory of the cave, a narrative so rich with symbolism that it feels as relevant today as it did in ancient Athens. He asks us to picture a deep, dark cave where prisoners have been chained since birth. Their bonds are so tight that they cannot turn their heads. They can only stare straight ahead at the cave wall in front of them. Behind them, a great fire burns, and between the fire and the prisoners, a low wall runs along which other people carry various objects, statues of animals, people, and other things made of wood and stone. All the prisoners ever see are the shadows of these objects cast by the firelight onto the wall they are forced to face. The echoes of the voices of the carriers bounce off the cave wall, and so the prisoners naturally believe these distorted sounds are made by the shadows themselves. This, for them, is the entirety of reality. It is a world of illusions, a grand but utterly false show. Now, Plato asks us to imagine that one of these prisoners is suddenly freed. His chains are broken, and he is compelled to stand up, turn around, and walk toward the fire. The experience is agonizing. The light of the flames hurts his eyes, which have only ever known dim shadows. The objects being carried are confusing and seem less real than the familiar shadows he has trusted his whole life. He is disoriented and terrified. If he is then dragged further, up the steep and rugged ascent out of the cave and into the full light of the sun, his pain and confusion would be overwhelming. At first, he would only be able to look at shadows and reflections in water. Gradually, his eyes would adjust, allowing him to gaze upon the actual objects and living things themselves. Finally, after a long and difficult process, he would be able to look at the sun itself, not just its reflection, and understand that it is the source of all light, the cause of the seasons, and the true governor of everything in the visible world. He would grasp the ultimate form of the good. Filled with pity for his former companions, the enlightened prisoner returns to the cave, but descending back into the darkness, his eyes are now ill-adjusted to the gloom. He stumbles and appears clumsy to the other prisoners who are still enthralled by their shadow play. When he tries to explain the true nature of reality, the sun, the trees, the real world above, they think he has gone mad. They laugh at him, and if he persists in trying to free them, they would likely seize him and kill him to preserve their comfortable, familiar illusion. This part of the allegory is a clear and poignant echo of the fate of Plato's own teacher, Socrates, who was killed by the state for attempting to lead his fellow citizens out of their intellectual darkness. The enduring power of this story lies in its profound layers of meaning. On one level, it is a timeless metaphor for education and enlightenment. The journey out of the cave is not a process of simply pouring information into an empty mind, but a painful, transformative reorientation of the entire soul. It requires being turned away from comfortable falsehoods and toward uncomfortable truths. The role of the philosopher, like the role of Socrates or the freed prisoner, is not to rule over others but to serve as a guide, even when that guidance is initially rejected and ridiculed. The allegory explains why genuine learning can be so difficult. it often demands that we abandon our most cherished assumptions and face the disorienting glare of new ideas. In our modern context, the cave has never been a more potent symbol. We live in an age of personalized information caves, where algorithms on social media platforms feed us a constant stream of shadows that perfectly confirm our existing biases. These digital echoes create a compelling but often deeply distorted picture of the world. The journey toward truth today requires the same painful, active effort as the prisoner's ascent. It means consciously seeking out sources that challenge our views, learning to recognize the manipulative fire of propaganda and misinformation, and developing the critical thinking skills to distinguish between flickering shadows and substantive reality. The allegory warns us of the social pressure to remain in the cave. It is always easier and more comfortable to agree with the crowd, to laugh at the truth teller, and to remain chained to a simplistic, shadowy narrative than to undertake the arduous climb toward a more complex and demanding truth. Plato's cave reminds us that enlightenment is not a destination but a continuous, often lonely struggle against the comforting darkness of ignorance. Having charted the course from the cosmic ideals of Plato to the disciplined resilience of the Stoics, we arrive at a philosophy that anchors the good life not in abstract forms or mental fortitude alone, but in the very fabric of our everyday character. While his teacher Plato looked to the heavens for perfect models of justice and beauty, Aristotle insisted that the key to human flourishing is found right here, in the messy, practical task of building an excellent character. His system, known as virtue ethics, shifts the entire focus from asking, "What should I do?" to a more profound and personal question, "What kind of person should I be?" At the heart of this system lies one of his most elegant and enduring ideas, the golden mean. Aristotle observed that every virtue is essentially a balancing act, a stable midpoint between two opposing vices, one of deficiency and one of excess. Think of virtue as the skillful art of hitting the right note, where falling short or overshooting creates a discordant sound. His quintessential example is the virtue of courage. On one side, you have the deficiency, cowardice, a shirking from danger and responsibility due to excessive fear. On the other side, you have the excess, recklessness or foolhardiness, a rush into danger without proper regard for the situation, driven by a lack of healthy fear. True courage is the golden mean between these two extremes. It's not the absence of fear, but the right response to fear, feeling it, assessing the threat wisely, and acting appropriately to protect what is valuable. A courageous person might retreat from a hopeless battle to fight another day, or they might stand their ground when principle demands it. The virtuous action isn't dictated by a rule book, it's determined by what is appropriate to the specific circumstances. This principle applies across the entire spectrum of human character. Consider generosity. The deficient vice is stinginess, a refusal to share one's resources. The excessive vice is wastefulness or prodigality, giving away so much that you harm yourself or your dependents. The virtuous mean is generosity, giving the right amount to the right person at the right time for the right reason. Even emotions like confidence have their mean. Too little confidence shades into insecurity and self-doubt, while too much confidence becomes arrogance and hubris. The virtuous mean is a healthy self-assurance, a realistic understanding of one's own abilities. This framework provides a dynamic and flexible guide for life because the mean is not a rigid mathematical average. It's relative to us. The right amount of food for an athlete in training is different from the right amount for an office worker. The courageous act for a trained soldier is different from the courageous act for a civilian. The mean is about finding what is proportionate and fitting for you in your specific situation. But how do we learn to find this elusive midpoint in the complexities of daily life? Aristotle's answer is a specific kind of intelligence he called phronses, often translated as practical wisdom or prudence. This isn't abstract knowledge or cleverness. It's the cultivated ability to perceive what a situation calls for and to act accordingly. Phronses is the skill of judgment. You can't learn it from a textbook. It's developed through experience, reflection, and crucially, by emulating people who already possess it. Think of it as the moral equivalent of a master craftsman's intuition. A novice carpenter might rigidly follow a manual, but a master feels the wood, understands the tools, and knows just how much force to apply. Similarly, a person with phronses navigates social conflicts, ethical dilemmas, and personal challenges with a nuanced sense of what is fair, kind, and effective. They don't apply rules mechanically. They discern the spirit of virtue in a world that rarely presents us with clear-cut black and white choices. The modern revival of this Aristotelian approach is most vibrant within contemporary philosophy, where virtue ethics has emerged as a powerful third force alongside rule-based ethics like Kantianism and outcome-based ethics like utilitarianism. While a utilitarian might ask, what action will produce the greatest good for the greatest number, and a Kantian might ask, what action follows a universal moral rule? A virtue ethicist asks, what would a courageous, honest, or compassionate person do in this situation? This reframes morality from a calculus or a duty into a project of personal development. Its influence extends powerfully into the field of character education, where schools are increasingly focused on fostering traits like integrity, empathy, and resilience in students, not just drilling them on rules. The goal is to build a strong moral character that will guide them long after they've left the classroom, enabling them to navigate life's gray areas with wisdom and integrity. Perhaps the most significant modern application of the golden mean is in the realm of leadership development. The command and control model of leadership, which often leans toward the excessive vice of arrogance and inflexibility, is increasingly being replaced by models that emphasize character and emotional intelligence. A modern leadership coach might not quote Aristotle directly, but they are teaching his principles when they advise a manager to find the mean between being too hands-off, which is neglectful, and being too micromanaging, which stifles innovation and trust. The virtuous leader finds the midpoint, providing clear direction and support while empowering their team with autonomy. They balance confidence with humility, asserting their vision while remaining open to feedback. They demonstrate the courage to make tough decisions without succumbing to the recklessness of unchecked ambition. In high-stakes environments like healthcare, a doctor with phronses knows how to balance empathetic compassion for a patient with the clear-eyed truthfulness necessary for informed consent, navigating the mean between cold detachment and overwhelming emotional involvement. Ultimately, Aristotle's timeless insight reminds us that excellence in anything, whether in leadership, art, or life itself, is never found at the extremes, but in the disciplined, wise, and perpetual pursuit of the balanced middle path. Now, let's travel to a radically different corner of the ancient Greek intellectual world, where philosophers were asking a question that seems ripped from the pages of a modern physics textbook. What is the fundamental stuff of reality? While Plato was contemplating perfect forms and Aristotle was categorizing causes, two thinkers from the city of Abdera, Leucippus and his brilliant student Democritus, proposed an answer so bold and so ahead of its time that it feels almost like a message from the future. They looked at the incredible diversity of the world, the solidity of a rock, the fluidity of water, the warmth of a flame, the scent of a flower, and asked how all these different experiences could arise from a single underlying substance. Their conclusion was breathtaking. Everything we see, touch, and are is composed of unimaginably tiny, indestructible, and indivisible particles moving in an infinite empty space. They called these fundamental building blocks atoms, a word that literally means uncuttable or indivisible. Picture the universe according to Democritus. There is only two things that truly exist: the void, which is absolute nothingness, and an infinite number of these atoms. The atoms themselves are eternal, uncreated, and cannot be destroyed. They are solid, lacking any internal structure, and come in a vast but not infinite variety of shapes and sizes. Some are smooth and round, others are rough and hooked, some are light and small, others are heavy and large. All of them are in perpetual motion, colliding, bouncing, and intertwining with one another in the infinite void. The world as we know it emerges from this ceaseless atomic dance. A solid object, like a piece of iron, is composed of atoms that are tightly interlocked, perhaps with many hooks catching onto each other. A liquid, like water, is made of smoother, rounder atoms that can slide past one another easily. Even the human soul and our sensory experiences were explained through this mechanical, materialistic lens. Democritus proposed that we see because thin films of atoms, sort of like atomic effluences, constantly stream off the surfaces of objects and enter our eyes. The sensation of sweetness might be caused by smooth, round atoms, while a bitter taste comes from sharp, jagged ones tearing at the tongue. It was a comprehensive, purely physical theory of everything, built without a single microscope or particle accelerator, relying solely on the power of logical deduction and imaginative genius. What makes this idea so revolutionary is that it completely removed the need for gods or mystical forces to explain the workings of nature. The universe of Democritus was a giant, complex machine governed by impersonal, mechanical laws. There was no grand purpose or final cause, no divine plan guiding the atoms. They simply moved, collided, and combined according to their inherent properties and the geometry of their interactions. This was a profound leap toward a scientific, rather than a mythological, worldview. It suggested that if you could understand the properties and behavior of these fundamental particles, you could, in principle, understand everything from the formation of a star to the nature of human thought. It was a vision of a universe that was rational, predictable, and ultimately knowable. For centuries, however, this revolutionary idea was largely overshadowed by the more influential philosophies of Plato and Aristotle. Aristotle, in particular, rejected the concept of a void and the idea of indivisible particles, arguing instead for the continuity of matter. His immense authority meant that atomism was pushed to the fringes of intellectual thought for nearly 2,000 years. Yet the seed had been planted. The theory was preserved by the Roman poet Lucretius in his magnificent work on the nature of things, and it quietly survived through the Middle Ages, waiting for its moment. That moment arrived with the scientific revolution in the 17th century. Thinkers like Pierre Gassendi, inspired by the rediscovery of ancient texts, revived the atomic hypothesis as a powerful alternative to Aristotelian physics. And when the great Isaac Newton began formulating his laws of motion and universal gravitation, he explicitly worked within a mechanical, corpuscular framework that owed a huge intellectual debt to Democritus. Newton's vision of a universe of solid masses moving through absolute space and interacting through forces is a direct philosophical descendant of atoms moving in the void. The true vindication of ancient Greek atomism, of course, came with the dawn of modern chemistry. In the early 19th century, John Dalton, through his meticulous work on chemical reactions and atomic weights, provided the first experimental evidence that matter really is composed of discrete, indivisible atoms. He showed that elements combine in fixed whole number ratios, exactly as you would expect if you were combining different types of fundamental particles. The ancient guess had become a scientific fact. The entire periodic table of elements, that magnificent map of matter, is a detailed catalogue of the different shapes and sizes of atoms that Democritus could only philosophically imagine. Every chemical reaction, from the combustion of gasoline to the metabolism in our cells, is just a rearrangement of these eternal, uncuttable particles, precisely as the ancients had proposed. And the story doesn't end there. The journey of discovery simply went one level deeper. In the early 20th century, we learned that the atom itself was not indivisible, but was composed of a nucleus of protons and neutrons orbited by electrons. For a moment, it seemed Democritus was wrong. But in a beautiful twist, the subatomic particles he discovered, protons, neutrons, and electrons, are now understood to be made up of even more fundamental, truly uncuttable particles, which we call quarks. In the strange world of quantum field theory, the fundamental building blocks of the universe are viewed as excitations in quantum fields, point-like entities with specific properties. So, in a stunningly poetic way, the core intuition of Democritus and Leucippus has been fully validated. The universe really is composed of a small family of fundamental, indivisible entities whose combinations and interactions give rise to the staggering complexity and beauty of the cosmos. From the sheer force of logic and imagination, two thinkers gazing at the world over 2 millennia ago correctly deduced one of the most profound truths of physical reality, a guess that would ultimately lay the entire conceptual foundation for the fields of physics and chemistry and change our understanding of the universe forever. While others were searching for truth in philosophy or politics, one man and his mysterious school of followers looked for it in the very fabric of numbers and ratios, hearing the universe itself as a grand cosmic symphony. Imagine a community so secretive that members took a vow of silence for 5 years, shared all property in common, and followed a strict set of rules, including a bizarre prohibition against eating beans. This was the world of Pythagoras of Samos and his followers, a group that was part mathematical cult, part philosophical brotherhood, and part spiritual sect. Yet from this strange and insular environment emerged one of the most powerful and enduring ideas in the history of human thought: the concept that numbers are the fundamental reality behind all things, and that the universe is built upon mathematical relationships that we can discover and understand. For the Pythagoreans, numbers were not just abstract symbols for counting. They were divine, living entities, each with its own unique personality and mystical significance. The number 1, the monad, represented unity and the origin of all things. 2, the dyad, represented diversity and opinion. 4 signified justice, as it was the first number that was the product of equals. 10, the holy tetractes, was the most sacred number of all, representing the perfection of the cosmos. They would even swear oaths by the tetractes, a triangle of 10 points, chanting, "Bless us, divine number, thou who generated gods and men." This mystical reverence for numbers took a breathtaking leap into the physical world with a simple but profound discovery in a blacksmith shop. According to legend, Pythagoras was walking past a forge and was captivated by the different pitches of sound coming from the hammers as they struck the anvils. Intrigued, he investigated and found that the hammers had different weights. He discovered that the most harmonious intervals, the octave, the fifth, and the fourth, were produced by hammers whose weights were in simple whole number ratios. A hammer half the weight of another produced the octave, a ratio of 2 to 3 produced the fifth, 3 to 4 produced the fourth. He then tested this principle on a monochord, a single-stringed instrument with a movable bridge. Dividing the string in half produced an octave, dividing it in a 2 to 3 ratio produced a fifth. The beautiful, ethereal experience of musical harmony was not a matter of chance or magic. It was a direct and audible consequence of pure mathematics. This was a revelation of cosmic proportions. The laws of beauty were, in fact, mathematical laws. This discovery launched the Pythagoreans on an extraordinary intellectual quest. If the simple, pleasing sounds of music were governed by numerical ratios, then perhaps everything in the cosmos was. They looked up at the night sky and envisioned the planets, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, each fixed to its own crystalline sphere revolving around the central fire of the universe. They reasoned that as these massive spheres rotated, they must produce a sound, just as a spinning rock tied to a string whistles through the air. And since the spheres were set at distances from the center that corresponded to the same musical ratios, their collective hum would create a sublime celestial harmony. They called this the harmony of the spheres, or the music of the spheres. This was not a metaphor. They believed it was a real, physical sound, so why couldn't we hear it? Their explanation was as elegant as it was profound. This music was the backdrop to our entire existence, the constant sound of creation itself. We are born into it and live our entire lives immersed in it, so we have become deaf to it, just as a blacksmith becomes deaf to the constant clang of his hammer. To hear it, one would have to step outside of the cosmos, a feat only possible for the purified, philosophical soul. Of course, the most famous and practical legacy of this school is the Pythagorean theorem, a cornerstone of geometry that bears its name, though evidence suggests the principle was known to the Babylonians over 1,000 years earlier. The genius of the Pythagoreans was not necessarily its discovery, but its formal proof, the theorem that in a right-angled triangle, the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides, became a shining example of their core belief, that the chaotic, visual world of shapes could be governed by the perfect, abstract world of numbers. It was a demonstration that mathematical certainty could be found hidden within the apparent disorder of physical space. This pursuit of mathematical truth, however, led to a crisis that threatened to shatter their entire worldview. One of their own members, Hippasus of Metapontum, is said to have made a terrifying discovery while investigating the diagonal of a simple square with sides of length 1. According to the Pythagorean theorem, the length of this diagonal would be the square root of 2, but Hippasus found that this number could not be expressed as a ratio of two whole numbers. It was irrational, literally, without ratio. This was heresy. It meant that their beautiful, harmonious universe, built entirely on whole number ratios, had a crack in its foundation. The legend says that Hippasus was drowned at sea for revealing this unsettling truth, a punishment from the gods for his impiety, or from his fellow Pythagoreans for destroying their perfect mathematical faith. Yet, the ultimate triumph of the Pythagorean vision lies not in its specific doctrines, but in the profound seed it planted in the Western mind, the conviction that the universe is mathematically intelligible. This belief is the unspoken foundation of all modern science. When Galileo declared that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics, he was channeling the spirit of Pythagoras. When Johannes Kepler, centuries later, struggled to understand the orbits of the planets, he was driven by a deeply Pythagorean obsession. He was convinced that God was a geometer and that the solar system was arranged according to harmonic ratios. After decades of painstaking calculations, he discovered his 3 laws of planetary motion, which described the orbits with mathematical precision. In a moment of ecstatic revelation, he even attempted to assign musical notes to the different speeds of the planets at various points in their orbits, composing a literal, if simplistic, music of the spheres based on his new astronomical data. He was fulfilling the ancient Pythagorean dream of hearing the cosmos sing. This legacy is not confined to the halls of history. The entire field of theoretical physics is a grand, ongoing Pythagorean project. We no longer believe in literal crystalline spheres, but our most advanced theories describe the universe using the abstract language of mathematics. The equations of James Clerk Maxwell that unified electricity and magnetism, the stunningly precise predictions of Einstein's general relativity, and the bizarre, counterintuitive mathematics of quantum mechanics all point to one undeniable fact: the deepest secrets of reality, from the birth of a galaxy to the spin of a subatomic particle, are written in a mathematical code. The physicist Eugene Wigner once famously wrote about the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in the natural sciences, marveling that a product of human thought could have such powerful and accurate application to the physical world. The Pythagoreans would not have found this unreasonable at all. For them, it was the most obvious truth in the cosmos. We are, in a very real sense, still listening for that ancient music, using particle colliders and space telescopes to decipher the mathematical harmonies that have been playing since the very beginning of time. Yet for all the emphasis on discovering universal truths, a rival school of thought emerged in ancient Greece that challenged the very possibility of such certainty. turning its attention instead to the practical art of influence and success. If you were a wealthy young Athenian aspiring for a political career in the 5th century BCE, your education would likely have been completed not by a philosopher like Socrates, but by a traveling professional known as a sophist. These were not ponderers of abstract ideals, but highly paid teachers of excellence, or arete, and their curriculum was centered on one supremely valuable skill in the democratic assembly: rhetoric, the art of persuasive speaking. The most famous among them, Protagoras, encapsulated their worldview in a revolutionary statement: "Man is the measure of all things." This was a direct rejection of the idea that truth was something absolute and external, waiting to be discovered. For the sophists, truth was relative to the individual and the community. What is true, good, or just for one person or city might not be so for another. Their focus was not on finding an objective reality, but on understanding human perception and using that understanding to craft powerful, effective arguments that could sway public opinion and win debates. This relativistic and pragmatic approach made them incredibly popular but also deeply controversial, especially among philosophers like Plato, who saw them as a profound threat to the pursuit of genuine knowledge. Plato became their most formidable critic, portraying them in his dialogues as intellectual mercenaries who used verbal trickery to make the weaker argument appear the stronger. He accused them of prioritizing persuasion over truth, of teaching young men how to manipulate emotions and crowd psychology rather than how to reason toward virtue. In Plato's view, the sophist was a manufacturer of convincing counterfeits, someone who could argue just as effectively for a falsehood as for a truth, thereby corrupting the youth and undermining the foundations of a just society. This criticism created a lasting, largely negative connotation for the word sophistry, which even today implies clever but deceptive argumentation. However, this fierce philosophical condemnation often overshadows the sophist's genuine and lasting contributions. They were, in many ways, the first social scientists and humanists, shifting philosophical inquiry from the cosmos to the human world. They studied language, law, and culture, arguing that many of our most cherished institutions, like justice, were not divine or natural in origin but were human conventions created by societies for their own utility. This was a radical democratization of knowledge. By teaching rhetoric, which included techniques of logical argument, emotional appeal, and the establishment of a trustworthy character, they were empowering ordinary citizens to participate effectively in the Athenian democracy. In a system where political power was won through public debate in the assembly and legal cases were argued by the citizens themselves, the ability to speak persuasively was the key to influence, security, and success. The sophists argued they were simply providing a necessary tool for civic life. The legacy of this ancient art of persuasion is woven into the very fabric of our modern world, starting with the field of law. Every courtroom is a theater of sophistic practice. A defense attorney and a prosecutor present two different versions of the same event, each meticulously crafting a narrative designed to persuade a jury. They use emotional appeals to create sympathy or outrage. They establish their own credibility, and they structure their arguments to make their interpretation of the facts seem like the most logical and compelling one. The entire adversarial system is founded on the principle that truth emerges from the clash of two opposing, persuasive speeches. This is the modern, institutionalized version of making the weaker argument appear the stronger, operating within a framework of rules and evidence designed to channel this persuasive power toward a just outcome. Beyond the courtroom, the principles of sophistic rhetoric are the engine of our consumer economy. The entire discipline of marketing and advertising is a direct descendant of their teachings. A marketing team's goal is not necessarily to present an objective, scientific analysis of a product. It is to shape perception and create desire. They use carefully chosen language, evocative imagery, and appeals to identity and emotion to persuade you that their product is the measure of what is good, stylish, or necessary. A commercial doesn't just list features, it tells a story in which the product is the hero, solving a problem or fulfilling a deep-seated human need. This is Protagoras' man is the measure. In action, the product's value is defined not by its inherent properties alone, but by the perception and experience of the consumer. This ancient art even defines the modern political landscape. Political campaigns are masterclasses in sophistic technique. Speeches are meticulously crafted bundles of logos, pathos, and ethos. Complex policy issues are simplified into powerful, relatable narratives. Opponents are framed in ways that make their arguments seem weak or their character suspect. A political strategist's job is functionally identical to that of an ancient sophist, to equip their candidate with the rhetorical tools to win in the public arena, where votes are the ultimate measure of success. The ongoing, fierce debate about spin versus truth in politics is a direct echo of the Platonic critique of the sophists, a perpetual tension between the desire for pure, unvarnished truth and the practical necessity of persuasive communication in a democratic society. Ultimately, the sophists left us with an enduring and deeply challenging ethical question that is more relevant today than ever before. Where do we draw the line between legitimate persuasion and manipulative deception? In an age of social media influencers, targeted advertising, and powerful public relations campaigns, we are all constantly both the targets and the practitioners of rhetoric. The tools the sophists taught are neutral in themselves. Their ethical value depends entirely on the intent of the user and the context of their use. Teaching someone to speak confidently and argue effectively can empower them to fight for justice and expose corruption. That same skill, however, can be used to sow disinformation, sell a harmful product, or demagogue a population into supporting a destructive cause. The sophistic tradition forces us to become critical consumers of language, to look past the surface of a compelling message and ask about the evidence behind it, the assumptions within it, and the motives of the person delivering it. It reminds us that in a world where man is the measure, the responsibility for discerning truth from persuasive fiction falls squarely on our own shoulders, making rhetorical literacy not just a skill for success, but a vital duty of an informed citizen. While the Pythagoreans were listening for the eternal, mathematical music of the spheres, another pre-Socratic thinker, Heraclitus of Ephesus, was hearing something entirely different: the constant crackling fire of change itself. Imagine standing on the bank of a rushing river. The water cascades past you, never the same from one moment to the next. A leaf floats by, then is gone. The sunlight glints on the surface in a pattern that exists for only an instant before it is replaced. Heraclitus looked at this scene and saw not just a metaphor, but the ultimate truth of the entire cosmos. His most famous declaration, that you cannot step into the same river twice, is not merely a poetic observation about flowing water, it is a radical metaphysical claim. The first time you step in, the water swirling around your ankles is one collection of molecules. By the time you lift your foot to step in again, that original water has already raced downstream, replaced by entirely new water. But he pushes the logic even further. You are not the same either. In the split second between steps, the cells in your body have undergone countless chemical reactions. Your thoughts have shifted, and your experiences have accumulated. Both the river and the stepper are in a state of perpetual dynamic flux. For Heraclitus, this was the fundamental essence of all reality. Panta rei, everything flows. Nothing is permanent, everything is in a process of becoming. This universal flux, however, was not chaotic or meaningless. Heraclitus saw it as being governed by a hidden, unifying principle that he called the logos. This is a notoriously difficult concept to translate, often rendered as word, reason, account, or law. Think of it as the fundamental, intelligent structure of the cosmos, the rational formula or pattern that governs all change. He famously compared the universe to an ever-living fire, not a destructive blaze but a symbol of constant transformation, kindling in measures and going out in measures. The logos is the law that dictates those measures, the principle of orderly change behind the apparent chaos. He also introduced the profound idea of the unity of opposites. Strife and conflict, he argued, are not aberrations but necessary features of reality. The way up and the way down are one and the same, he stated, suggesting that opposites define and generate each other. Health has no meaning without the concept of sickness. Day cannot exist without night. Justice is only understood in contrast to injustice. This constant tension and interplay between opposing forces is the very engine of the cosmos, all harmonized by the divine, rational logos. It is a vision of a world that is constantly at war with itself, yet in that very war it finds its deepest, most dynamic order. This ancient vision of a world in perpetual process finds a powerful modern echo in the philosophical movement known as process philosophy, most famously developed by Alfred North Whitehead in the 20th century. Whitehead argued against the classical, static view of substance, the idea that reality is made of fixed, unchanging things. Instead, he proposed that the fundamental units of reality are actual occasions or processes. Think of a human being. We tend to see ourselves as a stable thing, but from a process perspective, we are a constantly unfolding event. Your body is entirely reconstituted with new atoms every few years. Your memories are not fixed recordings but are constantly being recalled and reshaped. Your very consciousness is a stream of experiences, not a solid object. Whitehead's universe is a vast, interconnected network of these becoming events, each one influencing and being influenced by all others. This is a direct philosophical descendant of Heraclitus, replacing the river with the entire cosmos and affirming that to be real is to be in a state of continuous relational flux. We can also see the spirit of Heraclitus alive in modern systems theory and ecology. An old-growth forest is not simply a collection of individual trees, it is a dynamic, fluid system. The trees compete for sunlight, their roots communicate through fungal networks, animals disperse seeds, and decomposers break down dead matter to nourish new life. The forest is in a constant state of change, a Heraclitean flux of growth, decay, and regeneration. The logos in this context is the set of complex, emergent laws that govern the ecosystem's homeostasis and evolution. It is not a static blueprint but a principle of dynamic balance maintained through constant interaction and feedback loops. When a fire sweeps through a forest, it is not an annihilation of the system but a transformative event, a violent but natural part of its long-term process of becoming. Trying to understand the forest by cataloging its individual species without understanding their fluid interrelationships would be like trying to understand the river by analyzing a single cup of water removed from its flow. Perhaps the most startling validations of Heraclitus come from our most advanced sciences, beginning with quantum mechanics. At the subatomic level, the idea of a stable, independently existing thing completely breaks down. Particles do not simply exist at a point. They are better described as probabilistic clouds or excitations in a quantum field, constantly flickering in and out of existence. They can be in multiple places at once, and their properties are not fixed until they are measured, entangled in a dance of instantaneous connection with other particles across vast distances. This quantum realm is the ultimate Heraclitean universe, a seething, probabilistic foam where being and non-being are in constant tension. The solid, stable table you're leaning on is at its heart a whirlwind of energetic processes, a temporary stability in an ocean of flux. The logos here is the mathematical structure of quantum field theory, the set of equations that perfectly describes this bewildering, fluid reality. Finally, we find the doctrine of flux confirmed on the grandest scale by evolutionary biology. Charles Darwin's great insight was that species are not fixed, immutable types created once and for all. They are temporary eddies in the flowing river of life, constantly changing in response to environmental pressures. The DNA within them is not a sacred, unalterable text but a manuscript that accumulates copying errors and undergoes reshuffling with every generation. The tree of life is not a static diagram but a video of endless branching, extinction, and adaptation playing out over billions of years. You, as a human being, are a brief, beautiful snapshot in this endless process. The genetic code that built you is a temporary combination, a fleeting pattern in the constant flow of information from one generation to the next. Your very existence is a testament to an unbroken chain of change stretching back to the first self-replicating molecules. Heraclitus, from his vantage point in ancient Ephesus, could never have conceived of DNA or natural selection, but his core intuition, that change is the only constant and that stability is an illusion born from a limited perspective, has become a foundational principle for understanding the living world. He taught us that we do not live in a universe of static nouns, but in a cosmos of dynamic verbs, and that to truly understand reality, we must learn to think not in terms of what is, but in terms of what is becoming. Yet for every powerful idea, there is often an equal and opposite reaction in the realm of thought. Just as Heraclitus was teaching that everything flows, another brilliant mind from the city of Elea was constructing a fortress of pure reason to prove the exact opposite. Where Heraclitus saw a river, Parmenides saw a perfect, seamless sphere of timeless being. His philosophy, delivered in a cryptic poem, presents one of the most audacious and logically formidable claims in the history of human intellect. Change is an illusion, an untrustworthy story told by our senses, and reality is a single, unchanging, eternal, and indivisible one. While Heraclitus trusted his eyes and ears to observe the world's dynamic process, Parmenides dismissed the senses as deceptive guides, turning instead to the unshakable power of logic alone. His argument begins with a seemingly simple but profound declaration about the very nature of existence. What is, and what is not, is not. This is not just a tautology, it's the foundational axiom of his entire system. Let's unpack its immense power. You can think and speak about what is that which exists, but you cannot truly think or speak about what is not. To even conceive of nothing is to turn it into a something in your mind. Therefore, what is not is literally unthinkable and impossible. From this unassailable starting point, Parmenides built a series of logical deductions that completely upended common sense. If what is not is impossible, then nothing can come from nothing. Something cannot just pop into existence from non-existence. By the same token, something cannot pass into nothingness, it cannot be destroyed. Furthermore, if there is no nothing, then there can be no empty space, no void, because empty space would be a region of what is not. Reality must therefore be a plenum, completely full. Now apply this logic to the concept of change. Any change we perceive requires something that is not to become something that is, or vice versa. An acorn becomes an oak tree, but for this to happen, the acorn must, in some sense, not be in order for the oak tree to be. But since what is not is impossible, this kind of fundamental change is also impossible. All change implies a passage from non-being to being, which logic forbids. Following this chain of reasoning to its stunning conclusion, Parmenides described the true nature of reality, the One. It is uncreated and indestructible because it could not have come from nothing and cannot become nothing. It is eternal, existing outside of time because time implies a before and after which would require change. It is continuous and indivisible because any division would require gaps of what is not between its parts. And it is utterly unchanging and immobile because movement would require it to move into a space that is currently empty, a place of what is not, which cannot exist. The true reality for Parmenides is a single, solid, homogeneous and perfect sphere of being, with no past, no future, and no internal differentiation whatsoever. This radical conclusion created the first great schism in Western philosophy, a fundamental debate that has echoed for 2,500 years. On one side stood Heraclitus with his doctrine of universal flux. On the other stood Parmenides with his doctrine of absolute stasis. One said all is change, the other said change is impossible. This wasn't just a minor disagreement, it set the foundational problem for all subsequent metaphysics and physics. How can we reconcile the dynamic, ever-shifting world of our everyday experience with the demands of a logical, unified reality? Every physicist and metaphysician who came after was, in a sense, trying to solve the riddle posed by these two giants. The immediate inheritors of this puzzle were Plato and Aristotle, and their solutions shaped the next 2 millennia of thought. Plato brilliantly split the difference by creating his two-tiered reality. He conceded Parmenides' point about the world of perfect, eternal forms. The form of the circle never changes, it is always and everywhere perfectly itself, just like Parmenides 1. But he also gave Heraclitus his due by assigning the world of our senses, the physical, material world, to a state of constant flux. Impermanence, a mere shadow of the true reality. Aristotle, ever the biologist, took a different approach. He tried to save the phenomena of change by redefining what it means to be. He argued that change is not a passage from non-being to being, but a transition from potentiality to actuality. The acorn is not an oak tree, it is an acorn that is potentially an oak tree. The marble block is not a statue, it is a block with the potential to become a statue. In this way, he could affirm that real change happens while still maintaining a logical framework that avoided the paradox of something from nothing. The legacy of this ancient debate extends far beyond antique philosophy and directly into the heart of modern theoretical physics. The core goal of physics is to discover the fundamental, unchanging laws that govern a universe of constant change. Isaac Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation are a perfect example of this Parmenidean Heraclitean synthesis. The laws themselves are eternal and unchanging mathematical truths, existing outside of time, a nod to Parmenides, yet they describe a universe of objects in constant motion and interaction, a validation of Heraclitus. This duality is embedded in the very language of physics, with its conserved quantities like energy and momentum, which can never be created or destroyed, only transformed, a principle that would have deeply pleased Parmenides. Perhaps the most profound modern resonance of this debate is found in the quest for a theory of everything in physics. Many of these theories, like certain interpretations of quantum mechanics or loop quantum gravity, propose that at the most fundamental level, space and time themselves are not continuous and flowing but are emergent properties. They suggest that reality is woven from a network of discrete, unchanging, and timeless entities or relations. In this view, the passage of time and the experience of change are not fundamental features of the universe but large-scale illusions, collective phenomena that arise from more basic, static components. This is a staggeringly Parmenidean idea, that the true bedrock of reality is a fixed, timeless structure, and the Heraclitean river of time we experience is a compelling and persistent illusion generated by our limited perspective within that structure. From the pre-Socratic fires of Greece to the supercomputers of today, the intellectual battle between the champion of flux and the prophet of permanence continues to define our deepest search for what is real. Now, let's turn to a philosophy that seems, on its surface, to be the one everyone secretly wishes were true. While Epicurus was carefully calculating a life of serene tranquility, and the Stoics were building inner fortresses against fortune, another thinker, Aristippus of Cyrene, was living in the moment with a boldness that shocked his contemporaries. A pupil of Socrates, Aristippus took a radically different lesson from his teacher. Instead of seeking abstract truths, he argued that the only thing we can truly know and the only thing undeniably good is our own immediate physical sensation. Pleasure for Aristippus was the supreme and singular goal of life, but not the refined, static pleasure of Epicurus. Cyrenaic hedonism, as his school became known, was a philosophy of the present tense, a passionate advocacy for the direct, unapologetic pursuit of bodily pleasures as they are available right now. The distinction between Cyrenaic hedonism and Epicureanism could not be more stark, and confusing the two is one of the most common mistakes in understanding ancient philosophy. Epicurus sought to maximize pleasure over a lifetime by minimizing pain, which meant refusing many short-term gratifications that could lead to greater discomfort later. He was a strategic, long-term pleasure investor. Aristippus, by contrast, was a pleasure spender. He believed that the only reality is the present moment, the past is gone, and the future is uncertain. Therefore, the only rational course is to seize the pleasure that is immediately at hand. For him, the joy of a fine meal, the warmth of the sun on your skin, the thrill of a passionate encounter, these were not mere distractions but the very substance of the good life. He famously argued that the act of feeling pleasure is what is good, not simply the state of being free from pain. While Epicurus saw bodily pleasures as unstable and fraught with danger, Aristippus saw them as the most intense and reliable sources of happiness available to us. He was a master of enjoyment, believing that the wise person is not one who abstains from worldly delights, but one who knows how to fully indulge in them without becoming enslaved by them, maintaining a kind of graceful detachment even in the midst of luxury. This philosophy carried profound and controversial ethical implications. If immediate bodily pleasure is the sole good, then traditional virtues like moderation, prudence, and even justice become secondary, valued only insofar as they happen to lead to pleasurable outcomes. Aristippus lived this out with a flamboyance that deliberately challenged social conventions. He was one of the first Greek philosophers to accept payment for his teaching, proudly using his earnings to fund a life of luxury. He spent time in the court of the tyrant Dionysius of Syracuse, enjoying its splendors while other philosophers kept a disdainful distance. When criticized for his relationship with the courtesan Lies, he replied that he possessed her but was not possessed by her, a declaration of his ideal of enjoying pleasure without being controlled by it. His most famous anecdote perfectly captures his worldview. After purchasing an expensive bunch of grapes, he was mocked for such an extravagance. He calmly replied that for a single penny, he could have bought a simple loaf of bread, but he chose the grapes because they provided a far superior and more immediate sensory delight. The ethical calculation was simple. Greater pleasure, regardless of cost or convention, was the right choice. This radical focus on the calculus of pleasure makes Aristippus a fascinating and often overlooked ancient precursor to modern utilitarianism. While Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill would later develop a sophisticated system arguing that the moral action is the one that maximizes pleasure and minimizes pain for the greatest number of people, Aristippus was laying the individualistic groundwork 2,000 years earlier. Both philosophies share a consequentialist core. They judge the rightness of an action by its outcome, specifically its production of pleasure. For Aristippus, the relevant greatest number was just one, himself. His was a personal utilitarianism where every decision became a simple equation. Which option in this very moment will yield the highest net pleasure? This line of thinking forces a critical examination of our own motives. How often do we make choices, from what to eat for lunch to which career path to follow, based on a subconscious prediction of which will bring us the most satisfaction? The Cyrenaic philosophy pushes this instinct to its logical extreme, making the relentless pursuit of personal pleasure not just a human tendency but a formal ethical doctrine. This ancient debate between the Cyrenaic embrace of the immediate and the Epicurean strategy for the long term is a drama that plays out in our own lives every single day. Our modern world is a grand experiment in Aristotelian hedonism on a mass scale. The entire on-demand economy is a technological triumph of Cyrenaic principles. With a few taps on a phone, we can have gourmet food delivered, stream endless entertainment, or find immediate social connection. These services cater to our desire for instant gratification, offering swift and certain pleasure with minimal delay. The field of marketing has become a master of this, using targeted algorithms to present us with products and experiences designed to trigger that immediate "I want it now" feeling that Aristotle would have recognized as the very purpose of existence. In our personal lives, the tension is constant. Do you spend your paycheck on a thrilling weekend trip, savoring the vivid memories, or do you deposit it into a retirement account, a classic Epicurean move that trades present enjoyment for future security? Do you scroll through social media for a quick hit of novelty and validation? Or do you spend that time reading a book or learning a skill, an investment in a more durable, long-term form of satisfaction? The philosopher in the marketplace choosing grapes over bread is the same person we become when we choose the streaming series over the gym or the dessert over the salad. Ultimately, the philosophy of Aristippus serves as a vital and provocative counterbalance in the history of thought. While it may seem reckless or simplistic next to the profound systems of Plato or Aristotle, its power lies in its uncompromising focus on lived experience. It challenges the often unspoken assumption that delaying gratification is inherently virtuous. It asks a question we all must answer: if we are constantly sacrificing the certain pleasures of the present for an uncertain future, are we truly living, or are we merely preparing to live? The Cyrenaic school reminds us that life is a collection of moments, and that wisdom might involve not just the prudent management of those moments, but the full, conscious, and skillful enjoyment of them. It forces us to confront the possibility that a life devoid of immediate, sensual joy, the taste of a perfect fruit, the warmth of human touch, the delight of a spontaneous laugh, might be a life missing something fundamental, regardless of how serene or virtuous it may otherwise be. After confronting the unsettling nature of reality itself, Plato turned his formidable intellect to an equally daunting challenge: the structure of a just society. If the masses are like prisoners chained in a cave, mistaking shadows for truth, how could they possibly govern themselves wisely? His answer, laid out in his monumental work The Republic, was as radical in its time as it remains controversial today. He proposed that the only cure for the ills of the state is for power to be placed in the hands of those who have escaped the cave and seen the sun, those who have knowledge of the ultimate reality, the form of the good. These would be his famous philosopher kings. This is not merely a suggestion that smart people should be in charge. It is a profound and systematic argument that genuine political authority must be rooted in genuine philosophical knowledge. For Plato, a just city is a direct analogy of a just soul. Just as an individual's soul is harmonious when reason rules over spirit and appetite, a city is just when its ruling class, the guardians, are guided purely by rational understanding, with the warrior class providing courageous defense and the producer class responsibly fulfilling their appetites for creation and trade. The philosopher king, having comprehended the form of the good, doesn't just know what is good for himself, he understands goodness itself, the universal standard by which all laws, policies, and human actions should be measured. His rule would not be based on personal whim, popular opinion, or the pursuit of wealth, but on a dispassionate, unwavering dedication to implementing perfect justice in the physical world. To create such a ruler, Plato envisioned a ruthless and comprehensive state-controlled education system, a meritocratic forge designed to identify and train the most gifted children, regardless of their social origin. From a young age, these selected few would be removed from their families to prevent nepotism and distracted affection. Their curriculum would be incredibly demanding, progressing from gymnastics for the body to music for the soul, and then through decades of advanced mathematical and scientific training to sharpen their abstract reasoning. This grueling intellectual boot camp was designed for a single purpose: to turn their minds away from the world of shifting appearances and toward the contemplation of eternal truths. The ultimate test was dialectic, the practice of pure, logical philosophy aimed at grasping the form of the good. Only after surviving this 50-year-long process of selection, study, and practical administrative experience would the few who remained be permitted to rule. And even then, they would see it not as a privilege but as a solemn, unavoidable duty. Plato's philosopher king is the ultimate reluctant leader, compelled to descend back into the cave of political life, not for power or glory, but from a moral obligation to use their rare knowledge for the benefit of all. The enduring appeal of this idea lies in its powerful meritocratic core and its promise of perfect, rational governance. Who wouldn't want the most knowledgeable, wisest, and most virtuous people making the most important decisions? This vision has fueled the concept of enlightened despotism throughout history, the belief that a supremely educated and benevolent absolute monarch could be the quickest route to national prosperity and social reform. Think of the archetype of the wise emperor like Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher himself, striving to rule with virtue and reason. In the 18th century, this Platonic ideal found new life with figures like Frederick the Great of Prussia, who corresponded with Voltaire and saw himself as the first servant of the state, using his absolute power to modernize the legal code and promote religious tolerance. The underlying assumption is the same: a single, enlightened mind, free from the messy constraints of democracy, can enact wise policies for the collective good far more efficiently than a squabbling parliament or an ignorant populace. This Platonic dream finds a powerful modern counterpart in the ideology of technocracy. In a world of staggering complexity, the argument goes, should we not be governed by experts, by scientists, engineers, and economists who truly understand the systems they are managing? During the Great Depression, the technocracy movement in North America argued that politicians should be replaced by engineers who could manage the economy like a machine, optimizing production and distribution based on scientific data. Today, this impulse is everywhere. We see it in the call for policy to be following the science, in the deference to central bank economists to steer the global economy, and in the idea that a cabinet should be a government of all the talents, staffed with PhDs and proven specialists. When a crisis like a pandemic hits, the public's immediate instinct is often to demand that politicians step aside and let the epidemiologists and public health experts lead the response. This is the modern, scientific incarnation of the philosopher king, the belief that complex problems require specialized knowledge, not popular opinion, to solve. Yet, for all its intellectual allure, the concept of the philosopher king is riddled with profound and dangerous flaws. The most immediate and terrifying problem is its inherent authoritarianism. Plato's republic is not a free society. To maintain the perfect order of the state, the philosopher kings would have to implement what he called a noble lie, a foundational myth to convince citizens that their social classes are divinely ordained. They would strictly control art, music, and poetry, censoring anything that might stir irrational passions. Individual freedoms, family ties, and private property for the ruling class would be abolished for the sake of absolute devotion to the state. This is a system that sacrifices liberty at the altar of a supposedly perfect justice, placing absolute trust in the ruler's wisdom while giving the ruled no say in their own destiny. The catastrophic experiments in totalitarianism during the 20th century stand as a grim testament to what happens when this Platonic ideal is put into practice by mortals who believe they have discovered the one true path to human perfection. Furthermore, the entire system rests on a breathtakingly optimistic assumption: that the rigorous philosophical training will reliably produce individuals who are not only brilliant but also perfectly virtuous and immune to corruption. History offers little comfort here. Knowledge does not guarantee goodness. A deep understanding of the form of the good is a metaphysical fantasy. In reality, power has a notorious tendency to corrupt even the most well-intentioned. Who gets to decide who the philosophers are? The system creates an unaccountable, self-perpetuating elite that is entrusted with defining its own qualifications for rule. This is a recipe for a new, even more entrenched aristocracy, one that justifies its power not by bloodline, but by its claimed intellectual and moral superiority. The potential for arrogance and a chilling disconnect from the lived experiences of ordinary people is immense. The philosopher king, gazing at the stars, might be marvelously equipped to understand the universe, but dangerously ill-equipped to understand the needs, hopes, and dignity of the human beings he is meant to serve. The fundamental conflict, then, is between the ideal of enlightened expertise and the democratic principle of collective self-determination. Democracy is built on the messy, imperfect, but vital faith that people have the right to govern themselves, to make their own mistakes, and to have a voice in the decisions that affect their lives. It accepts that wisdom is dispersed throughout the population, and that no single person or group has a monopoly on truth. The slow, frustrating process of debate, compromise, and elections is not a bug of democracy. It is a feature designed to prevent the concentration of power and to hold leaders accountable. While a philosopher king might decree a theoretically perfect policy, a democracy must persuade its citizens to accept it. This process of persuasion, as messy as it is, ensures that policies are grounded in the consent of the governed. The tragic fate of Socrates, condemned by a democratic vote, forever colored Plato's view of the masses, leading him to design a system that protected truth from the people. Yet, the alternative he proposed protects the people from error by stripping them of their fundamental freedom, leaving us with a perpetual and unresolved tension between the desire for wise governance and the imperative of human liberty. While Plato dreamed of a republic ruled by philosopher kings gazing at eternal forms, his most famous student, Aristotle, took a far more grounded and empirical approach to politics. He didn't design a utopia from first principles. Instead, he and his students famously collected and studied the constitutions of 158 different Greek city-states. From this massive database of real-world political experiments, Aristotle drew a conclusion that has become a cornerstone of Western thought, that a human being is by nature a zoon politikon, a political animal. This famous phrase is often misunderstood. He didn't simply mean that we are social creatures who enjoy company like bees or wolves. His insight was far more profound. For Aristotle, our innate capacity for rational speech logos is what makes us political. Animals can communicate pleasure and pain through sounds, but only human beings can use language to debate and deliberate about abstract concepts like justice, injustice, good, and evil. It is through this shared process of reasoned discussion in the public sphere that we can collectively determine the best way to live. Therefore, the city-state, or polis, is not an artificial construction that limits our freedom, but the natural and necessary environment in which our uniquely human potential for a virtuous and fulfilled life can fully blossom. A person who lives outside the polis, Aristotle famously claimed, must be either a beast or a god, either subhuman or superhuman, but not a complete human being. But if the purpose of the state is to enable the good life for its citizens, what is the best practical form it can take? Rejecting the search for a single perfect system, Aristotle introduced a brilliantly flexible and realistic framework for analyzing governments. He argued that any constitution can be judged based on two key criteria. First, in whose interest does the government rule, and second, how many people hold ruling power. From this, he identified 3 good forms of government which aim at the common advantage, and 3 corresponding, deviant or corrupt forms which rule in the selfish interest of the rulers. The good forms are monarchy, aristocracy, and what he called politia, often translated as polity or constitutional government. Monarchy is the rule of one virtuous individual for the good of all. Aristocracy is the rule of a few of the best and most virtuous citizens, and polity is the rule of the many, but specifically the many in their capacity as citizens who aim for the common good. Each of these good forms, however, carries the seed of its own corruption. Monarchy, the most ideal in theory, can easily degenerate into tyranny when the single ruler begins to pursue his own selfish pleasures and ambitions at the expense of the people. Aristocracy can decay into oligarchy, where the wealthy few rule not with virtue, but to protect and expand their own riches, creating a society divided between the haves and the have-nots. And polity, the rule of the many, can devolve into democracy, and here it's crucial to understand that for Aristotle, democracy was a dirty word. He didn't mean our modern representative system, but a radical, direct democracy that amounted to mob rule, where the poor majority governs purely in its own class interest, confiscating the property of the wealthy and making decisions based on passion rather than reason. For Aristotle, the stability of a state depended on the size and strength of its middle class. He saw the very rich as prone to arrogance and the very poor as prone to envy. A large, prosperous middle class, however, is the most rational and stable element in society, most likely to follow the law and act as a balancing force between the extremes. This is why he favored polity as the most stable and attainable good government. It was essentially a broad-based middle-class republic. This ancient analysis feels startlingly relevant today. When we look at modern political discourse, we can see Aristotle's categories playing out in our critiques of different systems. We often criticize a leader not just for their policies, but for acting like a tyrant, placing their personal interests above the national good. We express concern about oligarchy when we see immense wealth translating directly into disproportionate political power, shaping laws and policies to further enrich a small elite. And our own fears about the dangers of populism, where charismatic leaders whip up mass passions and target minority groups, are a direct echo of Aristotle's warning about the corrupt form of democracy descending into a tyranny of the majority. His insight that a healthy society requires a strong, empowered middle class to mediate between the extremes of wealth and poverty remains a foundational principle in modern political science and a common talking point in economic debates. The ongoing struggle in many nations to maintain a vibrant middle class is, in a very real sense, a struggle to preserve the Aristotelian ideal of a stable polity. Ultimately, Aristotle's greatest political legacy is the concept of civic virtue, the idea that the state exists not just for mutual protection and economic exchange, but to cultivate good character in its citizens. The laws, the education system, and the very structure of public life should be designed to habituate people into acting virtuously. A good citizen in a good state is one who possesses the practical wisdom, or phronses, to participate in ruling and being ruled in turn. This vision laid the philosophical groundwork for the Renaissance ideal of civic humanism, where scholars and statesmen like Leonardo Bruni argued that the highest human fulfillment was found not in monastic retreat, but in active, virtuous service to one city. This belief that we are meant to be engaged participants in our own governance, using our capacity for reason to build a community that helps everyone live a better life, is the profound and enduring gift of Aristotle's political thought. He taught us that politics at its best is not a grubby contest for power, but the highest and most natural expression of what it means to be human. This belief in a cosmos governed by a universal rational principle naturally brings us to a cornerstone of Stoic thought that gave their entire system its profound sense of meaning and place. For the Stoics, the universe was not a chaotic, random collection of atoms colliding in a void. It was a single, living, breathing, and supremely intelligent entity, a divine cosmic city. And the force that animated this cosmic city, the law that structured its every motion and connected all its parts, was the logos. This ancient Greek term, so rich and multifaceted, is the key that unlocks the Stoic worldview. It translates as word, reason, account, or principle. Think of it as the ultimate operating system of the universe, the source code of reality itself. It is the rational, creative, and providential fire that weaves through all things, from the grand sweep of planetary orbits to the intricate design of a snowflake. The Stoics saw this logos as both the material substance of the divine, a fine, fiery breath or pneuma that physically holds things together, and as the intelligent, organizing force that directs everything toward its proper end. This concept transformed how a Stoic perceived their own life and every event within it. If the logos is perfectly rational and good, then everything that happens within its design, every so-called misfortune, every obstacle, every loss must, on a cosmic scale, be part of that perfect, rational order. This is the famous Stoic doctrine of providence. The Roman statesman and Stoic Seneca put it bluntly: whatever happens, assume it was bound to happen and do not complain. This wasn't a call for passive resignation, but for active, intelligent acceptance. When a tree falls in the forest, it is not an injustice to the tree, it is simply the unfolding of natural processes. Similarly, when a personal tragedy strikes, the Stoic trains themselves to see it not as a malicious act of fate, but as a necessary thread in the vast, beautiful, and ultimately good tapestry of the whole. Your job is not to curse the thread, but to understand its place in the pattern and weave it skillfully into the fabric of your own character. This belief provided an unshakable foundation for resilience. It meant that no event was meaningless, even suffering was a form of data, a lesson from the universe on the nature of impermanence, the importance of virtue, or the strength of the human spirit. By aligning your personal reason with this cosmic reason, you could find a profound sense of peace, knowing you are playing your part in a grand, intelligible, and benevolent drama. The influence of this powerful idea did not fade with the marble of Rome. It found a stunning and transformative new home in the opening verses of the Gospel of John in the Christian New Testament. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Greek term used here for word is explicitly logos. This was a theological masterstroke. The author of John was writing for a Hellenistic world steeped in Greek philosophy, and he took this central Stoic concept and fused it with Jewish notions of a personal creator God. In this new synthesis, the logos was no longer an impersonal, pantheistic force, but the pre-existent divine expression of God himself. It was through this logos that all things were made, and this logos then became flesh and dwelt among us in the person of Jesus Christ. This bridge between Greek rationalism and Christian revelation was monumental. It allowed early church fathers to articulate the nature of Christ as both divine and the rational principle behind creation, making Christian theology intellectually respectable and compelling to the educated Greco-Roman world. The Stoic logos, which had been the rational soul of the cosmos, was now also the divine Son of God, providing a philosophical framework that would shape Western theology for the next 2 millennia. Centuries later, as Europe emerged from the Middle Ages and the scientific revolution began to dawn, the Stoic concept of the logos underwent another remarkable metamorphosis. It shed its explicitly theological clothing but retained its core essence, the conviction that the universe is fundamentally rational, orderly, and governed by consistent, discoverable laws. This belief was the absolute prerequisite for modern science. Why would anyone spend a lifetime peering through a telescope or meticulously measuring falling objects if they believed the cosmos was whimsical, chaotic, or ruled by the capricious whims of thousands of squabbling deities. The pioneers of science were often deeply religious men who saw their work as thinking God's thoughts after him. Johannes Kepler, in his quest to understand planetary motion, was driven by a belief that God had created the solar system according to a precise mathematical harmony. He wasn't just collecting data, he was deciphering the divine logos as it was expressed in geometry and ratios. Isaac Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation were a breathtakingly successful effort to write down the mathematical rules by which the logos operated in the physical realm. The universe, for these thinkers, was a great book written in the language of mathematics, and that language was the voice of the logos itself. This faith in a lawful cosmos, a direct inheritance from Stoic thought, is the very bedrock upon which all of physics, chemistry, and biology are built. Every time a scientist formulates a hypothesis, they are acting on the unshakable Stoic assumption that there is a rational account, a logos behind the phenomenon they are studying, waiting to be uncovered. But even as Greek thinkers were imagining divine fire and mathematical harmonies, another mind was reaching for a concept so abstract it seems to defy imagination itself. While his teacher, Thales, had suggested that water was the fundamental substance of everything, Anaximander of Miletus in the 6th century BCE made a staggering intellectual leap. He proposed that the ultimate origin, the arche of all existence, could not be a familiar element like water or fire, but must be something without any qualities at all, something he called the apeiron, a word meaning the boundless or the unlimited. Picture trying to grasp the idea of a substance that is infinite in extent, without beginning or end, and without any specific characteristics. It is not hot or cold, not wet or dry, not heavy or light. It is the ultimate raw potential, the undifferentiated source from which all the opposites of our world, hot and cold, light and dark, solid and void, first emerge. For Anaximander, the entire cosmos, with all its stars, planets, and living things, is like a temporary eddy in this infinite, featureless ocean. Worlds are born from the apeiron through a process of separation as opposites are pulled apart, and they are eventually destroyed, their constituent elements reabsorbed back into the boundless, only for the cycle to begin again in an eternal, rhythmic dance of creation and dissolution. The sheer brilliance of this idea lies in its radical break from mythological thinking. Before Anaximander, explanations for the world's origin relied on gods and titans, on stories of cosmic eggs or divine battles. Anaximander offered no such narrative. Instead, he presented a purely naturalistic and philosophical principle. The apeiron is not a god, it is an impersonal, mechanical source governed by its own inherent logic. He even described the birth of life in a surprisingly modern way, suggesting that the first living creatures emerged from moist elements, and that human beings originally developed from a fish-like form, a primitive prefiguration of evolutionary thought. By positing an abstract, non-perceptible origin, Anaximander moved the debate from "what stuff is the world made of?" to "what is the ultimate, underlying principle of reality?" This shift from the tangible to the conceptual is one of the most important moments in the history of human thought, marking the true birth of theoretical science. It was the first time someone dared to suggest that the deepest truths of the universe might be hidden from our senses, accessible only through the power of reason and logic. This ancient concept of a boundless, underlying source finds a powerful and surprising resonance in the most advanced theories of modern cosmology. For centuries, the dominant scientific view was a steady-state universe, but in the 20th century, the Big Bang theory emerged, proposing that the entire cosmos, all of space, time, and matter, exploded into being from a single, unimaginably dense and hot point. But what existed before the Big Bang, or more precisely, what is the nature of the reality from which our universe emerged? Here, physicists venture into territory that is deeply Anaximandrian. Some theories, like those involving a quantum vacuum or a primordial state, describe a pre-cosmic realm that is not empty but is a seething, frothing potentiality. It is a state of pure fluctuation without definite properties where particles and energy flicker in and out of existence. This quantum vacuum is not nothing. It is a boundless field of potential, a foaming sea of virtual particles where the concepts of before and after begin to break down. It is a modern scientific cousin of the apeiron, an indefinite, eternal background from which a cosmos can spontaneously and naturally arise. Furthermore, the apeiron's role as the source of all opposing forces mirrors the quest in physics for a unified field theory. Physicists seek a single, fundamental principle from which the four known forces of nature, gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak nuclear forces, can be seen to emerge. They believe that in the first fractions of a second after the Big Bang, these forces were not separate but were united as a single, symmetrical force. As the universe cooled, this perfect symmetry was broken, and the distinct forces we observe today separated out, much like the hot and cold, wet and dry separating from Anaximander's boundless. The holy grail of modern physics is to discover the mathematical description of this primordial, unified state, a single equation that encapsulates the apeiron of our universe. Anaximander's profound insight was that the diverse world we experience must come from a source that is itself beyond diversity, a unified and boundless foundation. In this way, a philosophical speculation from a marketplace in ancient Miletus set a 2,000-year-old precedent for the most ambitious project in theoretical physics today, proving that the human drive to find a single, elegant explanation for the totality of existence is one of our most enduring and powerful intellectual inheritances. But to truly appreciate the revolutionary nature of Thales's thought, we need to understand the intellectual world he was born into. Before him, the predominant way of explaining the world was through mythology. Why did the sun cross the sky? The god Helios drove his chariot across the heavens. Why did earthquakes happen? The god Poseidon was striking the ground with his trident in anger. These were powerful, dramatic stories that gave human-like motives to natural phenomena. Thales, however, made a breathtakingly simple yet profound shift. He looked at the same sun and the same earthquakes and asked not who was responsible, but what underlying, consistent, and impersonal process is at work here. This was the monumental leap from myth to reason, from a world view governed by the whims of gods to one governed by discoverable, natural laws. His proposal that water is the fundamental substance was not just a guess about chemistry. It was a declaration that the universe is a coherent, unified system that operates according to principles we can investigate and understand. It was the very first step on the path that would lead 2,600 years later to the Large Hadron Collider and the theory of relativity. So why water? To our modern sensibilities, it might seem like a strange choice, but when you consider the evidence available to him, it was a remarkably astute observation. Thales likely traveled to Egypt, where he would have seen the life-giving power of the Nile's annual flood. Without the Nile's water, the land was barren desert. With it, an entire civilization could flourish. He observed that water is essential for all life. Plants, animals, and humans wither and die without it. He saw that water is dynamic and transformative. It can exist as a solid, a liquid, and a vapor. It falls from the sky as rain, flows in rivers, and rises from the earth as mist. It seemed to be the most versatile and fundamental element, the one substance that could take on many forms and was present in virtually every process he witnessed. By identifying a single, natural substance as the origin of all things, Thales was proposing a radical unity behind the world's dazzling diversity. The towering mountain, the sturdy oak tree, and the human body were not fundamentally different kinds of things. They were all different manifestations or condensations of the same underlying principle. This search for a unifying principle, a single arche, is the foundational project of all science and philosophy. His genius, however, wasn't confined to abstract speculation. Thales was also a legendary engineer and astronomer, and one story about him perfectly captures his practical application of this new, rational mindset. According to the historian Herodotus, Thales successfully predicted a solar eclipse that occurred during a battle between the Lydians and the Medes. The sky suddenly darkening in the middle of the day so terrified the armies that they immediately stopped fighting and negotiated a peace treaty. Now, the idea of a man in the 6th century BCE predicting an eclipse seems almost supernatural. How could he have possibly done it? The most plausible explanation is that Thales had access to Babylonian astronomical records that tracked the cycles of eclipses. He wouldn't have understood the precise orbital mechanics we know today, but he could have recognized a pattern, a recurring cycle, known as the Saros cycle, after which eclipses tend to repeat. By applying rational analysis to empirical data, he was able to foresee a celestial event that everyone else believed was a random act of the gods. This feat did more than just astonish his contemporaries. It demonstrated the immense predictive power of looking for natural, repeating patterns in the cosmos. It was a stunning advertisement for his new way of thinking. Another famous anecdote told by Aristotle showcases Thales's cleverness and his ability to turn his knowledge into practical gain. People began to criticize him, saying that if he was so smart, why was he so poor? This was a direct challenge to the value of his philosophical pursuits. In response, Thales, using his skill in astronomy, predicted an exceptionally large olive harvest for the coming season. While it was still winter, he went around and quietly put down small deposits to rent all the olive presses in Miletus and on the nearby island of Chios. Since no one else was thinking about the harvest so far in advance, he secured them for a very low price. When the harvest season arrived and the massive olive crop came in, everyone suddenly needed access to the presses to make their olive oil. Thales, owning a monopoly on the means of production, was able to rent out the presses at a tremendous profit. After making his point, he reportedly went back to his philosophy, having demonstrated that philosophers could easily be wealthy if they cared about such things, but their minds were occupied with more important matters. This story is more than just a tale of business savvy. It's a parable about the power of foresight and rational planning over mere guesswork and reaction. It's the birth of the idea that understanding the underlying principles of nature can give you a decisive advantage in the practical world. Thales's legacy is quite simply the world we live in today. He is rightly celebrated as the father of Western philosophy, the first person in our tradition to prioritize rational explanation over mythological storytelling. But his influence is just as profound in the realm of science. He established the template for the entire scientific enterprise. Observe the natural world, look for underlying patterns and principles, and use those principles to make testable predictions. Every physicist who searches for a unified field theory, every biologist who studies the common genetic code of all life, and every chemist who explores the periodic table is working within the intellectual framework that Thales first established. He sparked a flame in Miletus that was carried forward by his students like Anaximander and Anaximenes, and which eventually illuminated the entire Western world. He taught us that the universe is not a mysterious and capricious place, but a cosmos, a beautifully ordered system whose secrets are waiting to be unlocked by the curious and rational human mind. While Thales was searching for a single, unifying substance and the atomists were imagining swarms of indivisible particles, another pre-Socratic genius, Empedocles of Acrogas, proposed a brilliantly balanced system that would captivate the human imagination for more than 2 millennia. Imagine trying to explain the staggering diversity of the world, the solidity of rock, the fluidity of a river, the heat of a flame, and the breath of the wind, with just 4 fundamental ingredients. This was Empedocles' masterstroke. He declared that everything in the cosmos is composed of four eternal, unchanging, and divine substances which he called roots. We know them today as the classic elements: earth, air, fire, and water. For Empedocles, a towering mountain was not a fundamentally different kind of thing from a human bone. Both were intricate compounds, different recipes blending these same four cosmic ingredients in specific proportions. The hard, unyielding quality came from the predominance of earth, the fluid, life-giving properties from water, the breath and gaseous nature from air, and the warmth and energy from fire. This was a powerful and intuitive synthesis, offering a comprehensible framework for the bewildering variety of material forms. But a list of ingredients alone is not enough to explain a dynamic universe. Empedocles understood that there must be a cause for the endless cycle of creation and destruction. Why do seeds grow into trees? Why do empires rise and fall? Why do we feel love and conflict? His answer was as poetic as it was profound. He personified the two great cosmic forces responsible for all change as love and strife. Love, which he also called Aphrodite, is the force of attraction, union, and harmony. It is the power that draws the different roots together, mixing them to create the complex compounds that make up our world: plants, animals, oceans, and stars. Strife, on the other hand, is the force of repulsion, separation, and dissolution. It is what pulls things apart, breaking down compounds back into their pure, separate elements. The entire history of the cosmos, according to Empedocles, is a grand, eternal oscillation between these two forces. In an age dominated by love, all the roots are perfectly and harmoniously blended into a single divine sphere. Then strife begins to intrude, pulling the roots apart, creating a world of separate, distinct entities. This process continues until strife achieves total dominance, and the four roots are completely separated into concentric layers. Then love begins to regain its influence, mixing them together once more in an endless, rhythmic dance. This wasn't just physics, it was a complete world view where the same forces that govern star formation also govern human relationships and the growth of a leaf, weaving the physical and the emotional into a single, unified cosmic story. The influence of this elegant four-element system was nothing short of monumental, becoming the dominant paradigm for understanding matter from ancient Greece straight through to the dawn of the modern scientific era. Its first major application was in the field of medicine, thanks to the father of the discipline himself, Hippocrates. The Hippocratic school adopted Empedocles' framework and mapped it directly onto the human body, creating the famous theory of the four humours. They proposed that the body contained four crucial fluids: black bile, which was linked to the element earth; blood, linked to air; phlegm, linked to water; and yellow bile, linked to fire. Health was defined as eucrasia, a perfect balance of these four humours. Illness or dyscrasia was an imbalance. A person with too much black bile was thought to be melancholic, prone to sadness and depression. An excess of blood made one sanguine, cheerful, and passionate. Too much phlegm led to a phlegmatic, calm, and unemotional temperament, while an excess of yellow bile created a choleric, irritable, and angry disposition. This system provided a logical, if ultimately flawed, basis for diagnosis and treatment for nearly 2,000 years, with physicians using diets, herbs, and the infamous practice of bloodletting to try and restore the body's elemental equilibrium. This philosophical framework then flowed directly into the mysterious and transformative art of alchemy. The alchemist's entire quest was a practical application of Empedoclean principles. Their goal was to manipulate the four elements within matter, particularly in base metals like lead, to transmute them into a state of perfection, the noble metal gold. They saw this process as a microcosm of the cosmic work of love and strife. Using fire, the elemental tool of transformation, they would subject materials to processes of dissolution and separation, driven by strife, to break them down to their primordial essence. Then, through careful combination and purification, guided by the principles of love or harmony, they would attempt to recombine these essences into a more perfect, balanced, and valuable form. While their quest for the philosopher's stone was ultimately a scientific dead end, the vast experimental knowledge they accumulated through centuries of trial and error, distillation, sublimation, fermentation laid the essential practical groundwork for the science of chemistry. They were the first systematic experimentalists, and their entire operational worldview was built upon the four roots of Empedocles. Even as the scientific revolution began to dawn, the ghost of the four elements still held powerful sway over the brightest minds of the age. The very man who is often called the father of modern chemistry, Robert Boyle, wrote his seminal work, The Skeptical Chymist, in 1661 as a direct and systematic attack on the Aristotelian and Paracelsian interpretations of the four-element and three principle theories. Boyle argued through elegant experiments that these classical elements were not true elements at all, as they could be broken down further or were not the universal constituents of all bodies. Yet the conceptual grip of the system was so strong that it took another century for it to be fully overthrown. It was the quiet, meticulous work of Antoine Lavoisier in the late 18th century that finally provided the death blow. With his precise measurements and his focus on quantitative analysis, Lavoisier defined a chemical element as a substance that could not be decomposed into simpler substances by any known chemical process. His list of elements included oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, and sulfur, substances that bore no resemblance to the philosophical qualities of earth, air, fire, and water. The Empedoclean model, which had served as the fundamental blueprint for matter for over 2,000 years, was finally retired, its poetic intuition replaced by the rigorous, data-driven language of modern atomic theory. Yet, in its long reign, it provided humanity with its first comprehensive and workable system for making sense of the material world, a testament to the enduring power of an idea born on the sun-drenched shores of ancient Sicily. Now, just as Parmenides was building his fortress of pure reason to argue that all change is an illusion, his most brilliant student arrived with a set of logical traps so clever and so baffling that they would tie philosophy and mathematics in knots for centuries. Imagine trying to prove that a flying arrow is actually motionless, or that the great hero Achilles could never catch up to a slow-moving turtle. This was the genius and provocation of Zeno of Elea, a philosopher who dedicated his life to defending his teacher's radical idea of a single, unchanging reality. He didn't just argue for it, he constructed a series of paradoxes, logical puzzles designed to show that our everyday experience of motion and plurality, the world of many things in constant change, leads to absurd and impossible conclusions when you think about it carefully. His goal was to demonstrate that since motion leads to logical contradictions, our senses must be deceiving us, and Parmenides must be right. The true reality is one, unchanging and motionless. Perhaps the most famous and enduring of these puzzles is the race between Achilles and the tortoise. Zeno asks us to picture the mighty warrior Achilles, the fastest runner in the Greek army, giving a slow and steady tortoise a head start. Now, logic dictates that for Achilles to catch the tortoise, he must first reach the point where the tortoise started. But in the time it takes him to run that distance, the tortoise will have moved forward, however slightly, to a new point. So then, Achilles must run to that new point, but again, in that tiny amount of time, the tortoise has crawled a little further. This process repeats endlessly. Every time Achilles reaches the place where the tortoise was, the tortoise is no longer there. It has always advanced to a new position, no matter how infinitesimally small. Therefore, Zeno concludes the swift Achilles can never actually overtake the plodding tortoise. He can only cut the gap between them in half, and then half again and again, in an infinite series of steps that never seems to reach its goal. Another of his puzzles, the dichotomy paradox, makes a similar point from the other direction. To walk from point A to point B, you must first cover half the distance. But before you can cover that half, you must cover half of that half, a quarter of the total distance. And before that quarter, you must cover an eighth, and before that a 16th, and so on, back and forth, dividing the distance infinitely. This means that to even begin your journey, you would have to complete an infinite number of these smaller journeys first. Since completing an infinite series of tasks seems logically impossible, Zeno argues that motion can never even begin. The very first step is an illusion. Then there is the arrow paradox, which examines motion at a single instant. Consider an arrow in flight. At any single, indivisible moment in time, the arrow must occupy a space exactly equal to its own length. During that instant, it is not moving to that space, it is simply in it. It is, for that frozen moment, perfectly stationary. And if the arrow is stationary at every single instant of its supposed flight, then when is it actually moving? The conclusion, once again, is that motion is nothing but a trick of the senses. The sheer power of these paradoxes lies in the fact that they are logically airtight, yet they contradict everything we know from direct experience. We watch a runner cross a finish line and an arrow strike its target every day. Zeno wasn't trying to deny that we see these things happen. He was trying to prove that our common sense understanding of space, time, and motion is fundamentally flawed. He was forcing a crisis in thought, revealing a deep chasm between the world as we perceive it and the world as logic describes it. To defend Parmenides' vision of a static one, Zeno showed that the alternative, a world of many things in motion, leads to infinite regresses and logical impossibilities. His arguments forced later philosophers and mathematicians to confront concepts they had previously taken for granted, particularly the nature of infinity. Is infinity just a potential, a process that never ends, or is it an actual, completed whole that we can handle mathematically? The long journey to resolving Zeno's puzzles became one of the driving forces behind the development of calculus in the 17th century. The key insight, pioneered by thinkers like Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz, was the mathematical formalization of infinite series and the concept of a limit. Let's return to Achilles and the tortoise. Zeno is correct that Achilles must pass through an infinite number of points where the tortoise was. But what calculus showed is that an infinite series can have a finite sum. The sequence of distances Achilles must cover first the head start, then half of that, and so on, forms an infinite series. Using the tools of calculus, we can prove that this infinite series of ever-shrinking distances adds up to a finite, manageable total distance. And since we know Achilles moves at a finite speed, covering that finite distance takes a finite amount of time. The infinite division of the journey is a mathematical reality, but it does not translate into an infinitely long trip. The sum converges on a specific, reachable point where Achilles finally pulls ahead. Calculus provided the language to show that infinite processes can be completed in a finite world, effectively solving the paradox from a mathematical standpoint. But did this truly resolve the deeper philosophical issues Zeno was pointing to? Many thinkers argue it did not. The mathematical solution tells us that Achilles catches the tortoise, but it doesn't entirely dissolve the weirdness of the infinite division that Zeno exposed. The paradox forces us to ask profound questions about the nature of physical reality itself. Is space continuous and infinitely divisible as the paradox assumes? Or is it discrete, made up of tiny, indivisible units like pixels on a screen? This is not just an abstract question. Modern physics grapples with this very issue. In the theory of quantum mechanics, there is a smallest possible unit of energy, and some interpretations suggest that space and time might also be quantized, meaning you cannot divide a distance or a moment of time beyond a certain fundamental limit, known as the Planck length and Planck time. If this is true, then Zeno's process of infinite halving would eventually hit a wall. You couldn't keep dividing the distance forever, and Achilles would, after a finite number of steps, finally reach a point where the tortoise truly is and then pass it. Zeno's paradox in this light becomes a prescient thought experiment pointing toward a pixelated universe. The legacy of these ancient puzzles is far from being a mere historical curiosity. They continue to inform and challenge our understanding in fields like computer science and even film. In animation and motion pictures, the illusion of smooth movement is created by presenting a rapid sequence of static images or frames. This is a direct parallel to the arrow paradox. At each discrete frame, the cartoon character is perfectly still, just like Zeno's arrow at an instant. It is only in the mind of the viewer that these static frames are connected into a perception of continuous motion. This cinematographic model of reality is one modern response to Zeno. Perhaps motion is not a smooth flow, but a rapid succession of stationary states. In computer science, this same discrete model is fundamental. Digital processors operate in discrete clock cycles, and simulations of movement, from video games to scientific models, work by updating positions in tiny, finite time steps. The continuous motion we see on the screen is an approximation built from a vast number of discrete calculations, a digital echo of the solution to Zeno's ancient riddle. Ultimately, Zeno's paradoxes were never really about winning a race against a tortoise. They were a profound exploration of the relationship between our mathematical models and the physical world they describe. They force us to confront the unsettling possibility that our logic and our senses might be giving us conflicting reports about the fundamental nature of reality. By creating a logical impasse that took 2,000 years to navigate mathematically, Zeno ensured that philosophy and science could no longer ignore the concepts of infinity, continuity, and the infinitesimal. His ingenious traps, designed to prove the world was an illusion, instead became one of the most powerful catalysts for intellectual progress in human history, proving that sometimes the most productive path forward is to stare directly into an impossible puzzle and refuse to look away. Yet, even as Aristippus championed the authority of the body's immediate sensations, his philosophical descendants, the Cyrenaics, took this logic to its most radical and subjectivist conclusion. They argued that the only things we can ever truly know are our own personal, private, internal experiences, the direct and fleeting data provided by our senses. You see a red apple, but what you actually know is not the apple itself, but the subjective sensation of redness in your eye. You feel the warmth of a fire, but your knowledge is confined to the feeling of heat on your skin. For the Cyrenaics, these internal states, these paths or affections, were the only indubitable reality. We can be certain that we are being appeared to redly or being warmed, but we can never leap outside our own minds to verify the objective existence of the apple or the fire causing these sensations. This made every individual the solitary and absolute ruler of their own experiential universe, where the only truth was the truth of how things felt to them in the moment. This stands in the starkest possible opposition to the grand philosophical project of Plato, where Plato sought eternal, perfect, and objective forms accessible to all through reason. The Cyrenaics found certainty only in the temporary, imperfect, and utterly subjective flicker of personal sensation. For Plato, true knowledge was a journey out of the cave of sensory illusion toward the sun of universal truth. For the Cyrenaic, there was no outside of the cave. The dancing shadows on the wall were the only reality, and the wise person was the one who learned to appreciate their shifting beauty without worrying about a sun they could never see. This ancient focus on the primacy of first-person experience did not vanish with the Hellenistic world. It found a powerful and sophisticated revival in the modern philosophical movement known as phenomenology, pioneered by thinkers like Edmund Husserl and Maurice Merleau-Ponty in the 20th century. Husserl's famous call to go back to the things themselves was a deliberate turn away from abstract scientific theories and metaphysical speculations about a hidden reality. Instead, he urged philosophers to carefully describe the world exactly as it appears to us in our lived experience, the world of conscious phenomena. Just as the Cyrenaics bracketed out the question of the external object to focus on the internal path, Husserl introduced a method called epiché, a suspension of judgment about the independent existence of the world, to focus purely on the structures of consciousness itself. He wanted to understand how meaning is constituted in our direct, pre-reflective engagement with reality. This project was then deepened by Merleau-Ponty, who emphasized the role of the lived body, not just the abstract mind, in shaping our experience. He argued that we don't first have a mental representation of space and then move our body within it. We inhabit space through our body. Our knowledge of distance is in the feeling of our legs straining to climb a hill. Our sense of up and down is grounded in the vestibular system of our inner ear. This is the Cyrenaic insight expanded into a full-fledged philosophy of embodied cognition, asserting that our most fundamental access to the world is not through detached intellectual reasoning, but through our sensitive, moving, and feeling bodies interacting with their environment. The relevance of this perspective extends far beyond academic philosophy and permeates modern conversations about well-being and mental health. The entire practice of mindfulness, for instance, is a practical application of the Cyrenaic phenomenological turn inward. When a mindfulness instructor guides you to focus on the physical sensation of your breath entering and leaving your body, or to note the feeling of your feet firmly planted on the floor, they are training you to attend to your immediate path, your direct lived experience, without immediately layering on a story of judgment or analysis about what those sensations mean. This practice is not about discovering an objective truth, but about becoming intimately acquainted with the subjective landscape of your own consciousness. It is a method for finding a point of stability not in the chaotic external world, but in the undeniable reality of the present moment's sensory data. Similarly, in the realm of art and aesthetics, this philosophy validates the profound power of individual experience. Two people can look at the same abstract painting. One sees a chaotic mess, the other feels a profound sense of peace. The Cyrenaic would argue that neither is wrong. The painting's meaning is not a fixed property waiting to be decoded, but is generated in the unique encounter between the artwork and the subjective history, mood, and sensory apparatus of each viewer. This celebrates a radical pluralism of truth, where the authority of the individual's lived experience is paramount. However, this intensely personal focus is not without its profound ethical and epistemological challenges. If my reality is truly just my own stream of sensations and yours is yours, how can we ever build a shared, objective world, especially one grounded in science? Science is fundamentally a collective enterprise that relies on the repeatability of experiments and the agreement on measurements, striving to filter out the quirks of individual subjectivity to arrive at truths that hold for every observer. A purely Cyrenaic world, you risks collapsing into a form of solipsism, the philosophical idea that only one's own mind is sure to exist, making genuine communication and communal knowledge impossible. Ethically, the emphasis on immediate personal experience can be interpreted as a justification for a self-centered existence, where the only moral imperative is to maximize one's own pleasurable sensations without regard for the experiences of others. Yet, a more nuanced reading, and one that phenomenology vigorously defends, suggests that our subjective experiences are not isolated bubbles. They are always already directed toward a world and are often structured by our relationships with other people. The feeling of shame, for example, is not just a private internal state. It is an experience that inherently involves the perceived gaze of another person. In this way, our subjective worlds are intersubjective from the start, woven together in a shared fabric of meaning that allows for both personal authenticity and communal understanding. The Cyrenaic school, therefore, leaves us with a timeless and vital tension, a reminder to honor the raw data of our own lived reality, while also challenging us to find ways to bridge the gap between our private cave of sensations and the public world we inevitably share with others. Having explored the grand architecture of Plato's ideal republic, it's only natural to wonder how such a political blueprint relates to the intimate, often chaotic, landscape of our own inner lives. Plato himself made this connection explicit, arguing that the state is nothing more than the individual soul writ large, just as he envisioned a just city as a harmonious balance between three distinct social classes. He proposed that the human soul itself is not a single, unified entity, but a dynamic and often contentious trio. In his monumental work, The Republic, he introduces the concept of the tripartite soul, a psychological model dividing our inner world into three distinct parts: the rational, the spirited, and the appetitive. To grasp the sheer brilliance and enduring influence of this idea, we must first understand the unique role and driving force of each component. First, we have the logisticon, or the rational part of the soul. This is our inner philosopher king, the seat of reason, logic, and wise judgment. Its sole motivation is truth and the overall good of the entire person. It's the voice in your head that calmly calculates long-term consequences, that urges you to study for an exam rather than go to a party, and that seeks to understand the world through analysis and reflection. It is cool, detached, and strategic. Then there is the thumoids, or the spirited part. This is our inner warrior, the source of our emotions, our courage, our righteous indignation, and our love of honor and victory. It's the part that flares up when you witness an injustice, that fills you with pride when you accomplish something difficult, and that provides the raw energy and determination to stand up for your principles. Its driving force is not cold logic, but hot-blooded emotion and the desire for recognition and esteem. Finally, there is the epitheumaticon, or the appetitive part. This is the vast, restless populace of the soul, the seat of all our basic desires and cravings for food, drink, physical pleasure, money, and material possessions. It is primal, insatiable, and relentlessly focused on immediate gratification, with no concern for long-term plans or higher ideals. Its motto is simple: I want. Now, anyone who has ever struggled to get out of a warm bed on a cold morning, or wrestled with the temptation of a decadent dessert while on a diet, knows that these parts are not always in sync. They argue, they compete, they pull us in different directions. To illustrate this eternal internal conflict, Plato offers one of his most beautiful and powerful allegories, the chariot of the soul. Imagine a chariot soaring through the sky, pulled by two powerful but very different winged horses and guided by a single charioteer. The charioteer represents the rational part of the soul, the logisticon. His job is to hold the reins, to set the course, and to guide the chariot toward the realm of truth and the forms, which is symbolized by the heavens above. Now let's look at his two horses. One horse is noble, white, and well-bred. It is upright and clean-limbed, and it responds easily to the charioteer's commands. This is the spirited part, the thumoids. It is allied with reason and provides the noble drive and ambition to reach higher goals. The other horse, however, is the problem. It is dark, unruly, and barely controllable. It is a crooked, lumbering animal put together anyhow, with a thick neck and a flat face. This is the appetitive part, the epitheumaticon. It is stubborn, driven only by its base desires, and constantly trying to drag the entire chariot down toward the earth, toward the world of sensory pleasure and immediate gratification. The charioteer's immense challenge is to manage this dysfunctional team, to rein in the dark horse's impulses while harnessing the white horse's energy, all while struggling to keep the chariot on its upward path toward enlightenment. It's a breathtaking metaphor for the daily, moment-to-moment struggle of self-mastery, where our reason must constantly negotiate with our noble ambitions and wrestle control from our primal urges. This 2,000-year-old model of the psyche did not fade into obscurity. It found a stunning and direct parallel in the 20th century, completely reshaping modern psychology. The work of Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, can be seen as a scientific and clinical rediscovery of Plato's tripartite structure. Freud's famous model of the psyche, comprising the ID, the ego, and the superego, maps almost perfectly onto the ancient Greek framework. Let's place them side by side. First, Freud's ID. This is the dark horse in the chariot allegory. The ID is the entirely unconscious, primal reservoir of our most basic biological drives and instinctual urges. It operates on the pleasure principle, demanding immediate gratification for needs like hunger, thirst, sex, and aggression, with no regard for reality, morality, or consequence. It is the voice that screams, "I want it now." This is the direct descendant of Plato's appetitive soul, the epitheumatikon. Then we have the superego. This is the white horse. The superego is our internalized moral compass, the voice of conscience and societal rules. It develops throughout childhood as we absorb the dos and don'ts from our parents and society. It strives for perfection, often imposing rigid standards and making us feel guilt or shame when we fail to meet them. Its drive for moral perfection and its connection to honor and ideals align it precisely with Plato's spirited soul, the Thumoides. Finally, there is the ego. This is the charioteer. The ego is the largely conscious, rational mediator. It operates on the reality principle, constantly negotiating between the unreasonable demands of the ID, the moralistic pressures of the superego, and the limitations of the external world. It's the part of you that, when the ID demands a third slice of cake, and the superego shames you for even considering it, devises a compromise. Perhaps we can have one small piece now and go for a walk later. The ego, like Plato's rational soul, is tasked with the nearly impossible job of maintaining psychic harmony and ensuring the entire person can function effectively in the world. The reason this ancient model remains so compelling is that it gives us a powerful vocabulary and a conceptual map for understanding the universal experience of internal conflict. We feel this tripartite tension constantly. Consider a common ethical dilemma at work. You see a colleague take credit for your idea in a high-stakes meeting. Your appetitive ID might surge with a raw, vengeful desire to publicly humiliate them. Your spirited superego might ignite with a righteous fury, demanding that justice be served and your honor be restored. But your rational ego steps in, assessing the situation. It calculates that a public confrontation could damage team morale and your own professional reputation. It devises a more strategic plan to calmly and privately speak with the colleague first, and if that fails, to bring the issue to a manager with clear evidence. This internal debate, this clash of impulse, emotion, and reason, is the living drama of the tripartite soul playing out in real time. It explains why making a difficult decision can feel so exhausting. It's not a single mind deciding, but a committee of three powerful, often disagreeing members. Ultimately, the profound legacy of Plato's psychological model is its framing of human excellence not as the elimination of desire or emotion, but as their skillful integration under the guidance of reason. A well-lived life, in this view, is not one where the dark horse is beaten into submission or the white horse is let run wild. It is one where the charioteer has gained enough skill and wisdom to guide both powerful forces, channeling the raw energy of the appetites and the noble drive of the spirit toward a common, elevated goal. This is the essence of what the Greeks called Sophrosine temperance or self-discipline. It is the harmonious state where reason leads, spirit defends, and appetite obeys. When we manage to resist a harmful temptation, when we channel our anger into constructive action, or when we pursue a long-term dream with disciplined passion, we are, in that moment, proving the timeless wisdom of Plato's map of the soul. We are successfully piloting our own celestial chariot, navigating the turbulent skies of our inner world toward a more coherent, virtuous, and fully integrated self. Yet this relentless focus on the inner dynamics of the soul inevitably leads us back outward to a fundamental question about the world we inhabit. Does the universe itself have a direction, a goal, or a purpose? We've already touched upon Aristotle's four causes, but the most revolutionary and enduring of them all is the final cause, an idea that hinges on a single, powerful Greek word, telos. For Aristotle, to truly understand anything, a hammer, a heart, or a human being, you cannot stop at what it's made of or how it was built. You must ask the ultimate question: what is it for? What is its ultimate end, its purpose, its reason for being? Telos is that final destination inscribed into the very nature of a thing, the inherent goal toward which it strives by its very design. This wasn't a vague metaphor for Aristotle. It was a concrete, observable fact of nature, the missing piece that made the entire story of existence make complete and perfect sense. Let's make this abstract concept beautifully tangible. Consider a simple acorn resting in the palm of your hand. You can describe its material cause, the wood and nutrients it's composed of. You can identify its formal cause, the specific genetic blueprint that makes it an acorn and not a hazelnut. You can trace its efficient cause, the parent oak tree that produced it and the squirrel that buried it. But you haven't truly understood the acorn until you grasp its final cause, its telos. The entire existence of that acorn, its raison d'etre, is to become a mighty oak tree. Every process within it, the dormancy through winter, the sprouting of a root in spring, the slow, patient growth over decades, is directed toward that single, magnificent end. The acorn is, in essence, an oak tree in potential, and its entire life is the actualization of that potential. This framework applies to everything. The telos of an eye is to see. The telos of a heart is to pump blood. The purpose is not something humans assign. It is discovered as an intrinsic part of the thing's nature, the final chapter written into its opening sentence. Now apply this same profound logic to the most complex entity Aristotle could imagine, us. What is the telos of a human being? It cannot be mere survival or reproduction, as we share that with plants and animals. It cannot be the accumulation of wealth or power, as those are external instruments, not ultimate ends in themselves. Aristotle's answer was as elegant as it was demanding. The ultimate purpose of a human life is eudaimonia. This word is often mistranslated simply as happiness, which conjures images of fleeting pleasure or cheerful moods. A much richer translation is human flourishing, or a life well lived. Eudaimonia is the state of actively living in accordance with your highest nature, which for Aristotle was the life of reason and virtue. It is the full and excellent expression of what it means to be human. Just as the telos of a sculptor is to create beautiful statues, and they flourish by honing their craft, the telos of a human is to live a life of virtue, and we flourish by honing our character. This flourishing isn't a passive state you stumble into. It is an active achievement, the result of a lifetime of conscious choice, habit, and the relentless pursuit of excellence in thought and action. Your telos, therefore, is not a fixed destination you arrive at, but the quality of the entire journey itself, a life characterized by meaning, purpose, and the deep satisfaction that comes from fulfilling your unique human potential. This teleological view of the world, with purpose woven into the very fabric of reality, became the dominant lens for understanding biology for the next 2,000 years. Scientists and natural philosophers, inspired by Aristotle, observed the natural world and saw overwhelming evidence of design for a specific function. They asked teleological questions as a matter of course. What is the purpose of the long, coiled trunk of an elephant for grasping food and drawing water? What is the purpose of the intricate, lightweight structure of a bird's wing for flight? This perspective, often called natural teleology, was incredibly productive. It guided anatomical discoveries as scientists dissected organs to understand their function. and it fostered a deep appreciation for the breathtaking complexity and interdependence of life. It suggested that to understand an organism, you must see it as an integrated whole, where every part contributes to the overall flourishing, the eudaimonia of the entire being. This framework made the living world intelligible and purposeful, a grand, interconnected system where everything had its place and its role to play in a vast cosmic order. The influence of this Aristotelian thinking echoes powerfully in one of the most significant debates in the history of science, the argument for design in nature. Before Charles Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection, the most compelling explanation for the incredible adaptation of organisms to their environments was a divine designer. The classic example is William Paley's watchmaker analogy from the early 19th century. If you were walking across a heath and stumbled upon a stone, you might reasonably think it had always been there. But if you found a watch with its intricate gears and springs all working together for the purpose of telling time, you would inevitably conclude that such a complex and purposeful object must have had an intelligent designer. Paley argued that the natural world, with its even more breathtaking complexity, the human eye, the wing of a bird, the camouflage of an insect, points just as inexorably to a divine creator. This argument from design is fundamentally Aristotelian. It rests on the observation of telos in nature and infers a purposeful intelligence as the ultimate final cause. For centuries, this was the prevailing scientific and philosophical view, and it was Aristotle's concept of purpose that provided its intellectual backbone. Of course, the scientific landscape was radically transformed by Darwin's theory of evolution, which provided a powerful, non-teleological mechanism for the appearance of design. Darwin showed how the relentless, blind process of natural selection, where random variations that confer a survival or reproductive advantage are preserved, could, over immense spans of time, produce the stunningly complex and adapted forms we see in nature. The eye, in this view, wasn't designed for seeing. It evolved through a series of gradual steps from a simple, light-sensitive spot, with each intermediate stage providing some benefit to its owner. This seemed to drain purpose from nature, replacing an intelligent blueprint with a mechanical, undirected process of trial and error. For a time, it appeared that Aristotle's final cause had been decisively evicted from biology. But in a fascinating twist, the language of purpose and function has refused to disappear from the scientific lexicon, revealing a more nuanced relationship between these two great ideas. While modern biology has rejected the notion of a conscious, overarching telos for entire species or ecosystems, the concept of function remains absolutely indispensable. Biologists still speak of the function of the heart as being to pump blood. They study the structure of a leaf to understand how it fulfills its function in photosynthesis. This is a stripped-down, modern version of Aristotle's final cause. The function is not a preordained divine plan, but the specific role that a trait plays now that explains why it was selected for in the past. The heart's function is to pump blood because that is the activity that caused hearts to be favored by natural selection. This is sometimes called selected effects teleology, and it allows scientists to use the language of purpose in a rigorous, non-mystical way. The ghost of Aristotle's telos thus continues to provide a useful and perhaps necessary framework for making sense of the organized complexity of life, proving that even the most revolutionary scientific ideas often refine rather than completely obliterate the profound questions asked by the ancients. But to truly grasp the political miracle that was Athenian democracy, we must move beyond the grand systems of Plato and Aristotle and step into the vibrant, chaotic, and electrifying atmosphere of the city itself. This was a unique historical moment, a perfect storm of cultural and intellectual forces that made self-rule not just a political system, but a lived daily reality. Imagine a world without a professional political class where every important decision, from going to war to building a new temple, was debated and voted on by thousands of ordinary citizens in a vast open-air assembly. For this to function, for it not to descend into mob rule or be hijacked by the most charismatic demagogue, required a specific kind of citizen, one who was not only loyal but also articulate, critical, and capable of discerning persuasive argument from empty flattery. The cradle of democracy, therefore, was not just a set of laws inscribed on stone, but the entire intellectual ecosystem of Athens, an environment of relentless public questioning that was actively cultivated by the sophists, sharpened by Socrates, and given profound moral depth by his philosophical successors. The sophists, often maligned by philosophers like Plato, were in fact the essential trainers for this new democratic experiment. In a society where power was no longer inherited through bloodlines but won through the power of speech in the assembly and the law courts, the ability to persuade became the new currency of influence. The sophists were the pragmatic entrepreneurs who recognized this need and offered to teach it. They were the first to argue that excellence or arete in civic life was not an inborn trait of the aristocracy but a skill that could be taught to any willing citizen. Their curriculum was rhetoric, the art of crafting a compelling argument, of structuring a speech for maximum impact, and of understanding human psychology to connect with a large audience. By teaching these skills, they were fundamentally democratizing power. A wealthy merchant's son and a modest farmer's son could now stand on equal footing in the assembly, both equipped with the tools to make their voice heard and to sway public opinion. This created a culture of competitive debate where ideas had to be defended publicly and could be challenged by anyone. While this could lead to manipulation, as Plato feared, it also forced a constant collective scrutiny of public policy, ensuring that no single idea went unchallenged and that leaders had to justify their decisions not to a king, but to the people they served. Into this marketplace of persuasive speeches stepped Socrates, acting as the system's essential quality control. If the sophists taught citizens how to speak, Socrates taught them what to think about before they spoke. His famous method of relentless, probing questioning was a public service aimed at exposing unexamined assumptions, intellectual laziness, and the kind of hollow rhetoric that sounded good but collapsed under logical scrutiny. Picture him in the agora, cornering a prominent politician who confidently speaks of justice. Through a series of deceptively simple questions, Socrates would reveal that the politician had no coherent definition of the term, that he was merely parroting a comfortable, conventional belief without understanding its foundations. This was deeply unsettling, but it was also a vital civic inoculation against demagoguery. A populace trained, even indirectly, in the Socratic method would be harder to fool with emotional appeals and empty promises. They would learn to ask, "What do you mean by the public good?" or "How does this policy align with true courage?" Socrates was creating, citizen by citizen, a culture of critical thinking, which is the single most important bulwark against the tyranny of the majority and the seductive lies of would-be autocrats. His death, ordered by a democratic court, is the tragic irony of this story. The system he helped strengthen by making it more thoughtful ultimately turned on him for being too disruptive. This vibrant culture of debate and scrutiny naturally elevated the level of conversation about the most fundamental concepts of political life. What is justice? What is the best form of government? What are the rights and responsibilities of a citizen? These were no longer abstract questions for priests or kings to ponder. They became the daily bread of Athenian public life, passionately debated in the assembly, the law courts, and the philosophical schools. This constant collective inquiry provided the intellectual foundation for the core democratic principles we still hold dear. The very idea of citizen participation was rooted in the philosophical belief that every free man, the limitation to free men being the era's tragic flaw, had the capacity for reason and therefore a right to contribute to the governance of the community. It was an expression of faith in the collective wisdom of the many, as opposed to the presumed wisdom of a single ruler. Similarly, the principle of equality before the law, or isonomia, emerged from this philosophical milieu. If all citizens are capable of using logos, reasoned speech, to debate justice, then all must be subject to the same impersonal, rational legal code, rather than the arbitrary will of a tyrant. The law was not a command from on high, but a set of rules that the citizenry, through reasoned debate, had given to itself. We can see these abstract principles forged in the fire of real-world practice every time an Athenian jury, composed of hundreds of randomly selected citizens, listened to two opposing speeches in a trial. The entire process was a dramatic enactment of this philosophical commitment. Both sides, often ordinary citizens representing themselves, would use the rhetorical tools popularized by the sophists. The jurors would then, ideally, employ a Socratic discernment to evaluate the strength of the arguments and the evidence presented. The verdict was not delivered by a legal expert but by the collective judgment of one's peers, reflecting the democratic faith in the citizen body's capacity for reason. This was democracy in its rawest form, messy, passionate, and profoundly human. The intellectual ferment of Athens, with its sophists, its philosophers, and its love of a good argument, provided the essential nutrients that allowed the delicate seedling of self-government to take root. It proved that for a democracy to thrive, it needs more than just votes and laws. It requires a citizenry that is not only empowered to speak, but educated to think, to question, and to relentlessly pursue the meaning of a just society together. And so we arrive at the very beginning of it all, with a group of thinkers so foundational they are known simply as the pre-Socratics. Before the grand systems of Athens, in the bustling trading ports of Ionia like Miletus, these first philosophers made a collective leap of such audacity that it fundamentally rerouted the course of human thought. They looked at a world teeming with gods and monsters, with lightning bolts thrown by Zeus and seas churned by Poseidon, and they asked a new kind of question. They sought to explain the cosmos not through the whims of divine beings, but through principles observable in nature itself. This was the monumental shift from mythos to logos, from the authority of sacred stories to the power of human reason. Their legacy is not a single polished theory, but a breathtakingly bold tradition of speculation that laid the essential groundwork for every scientific and philosophical inquiry that followed. Think of the intellectual landscape before them. The world was an unpredictable drama staged by powerful, human-like deities whose moods explained everything from thunderstorms to seasonal change. Into this world stepped Thales, who we've already met, proposing that water was the fundamental substance. But his student Anaximenes took this search for a single principle, or arche, and refined it with a crucial innovation. He agreed with his teacher that there must be one underlying stuff, but he rejected water, arguing instead that it was air. His genius, however, lay in proposing a mechanism for change. He suggested that this primordial air transforms into all other substances through the processes of rarefaction and condensation. When air is rarefied, it becomes finer and turns into fire. When it is condensed, it becomes wind, then cloud, then water, then earth, and finally stone. In one elegant idea, Anaximenes provided not just a candidate for the fundamental element, but a dynamic physical process to explain the world's diversity. He was moving beyond a static answer toward a model of cosmic change governed by a consistent mechanical principle. Alongside these physical speculations, another pre-Socratic, Xenophanes of Colophon, launched a devastating and equally important critique on the religious front. He looked at the gods of Homer and Hesiod, who lied, cheated, stole, and fought with all too human pettiness, and he found the entire concept absurd. He famously observed that while Ethiopians make their gods snub-nosed and black, and the Thracians make them blue-eyed and red-haired, if horses or oxen could draw, they would undoubtedly depict their gods as horses or oxen. His point was a profound one. Humanity creates gods in its own image. This was a radical desacralization of the world, stripping away the divine personalities that populated every river and mountain and opening up a conceptual space for impersonal, natural forces to be the true causes of phenomena. Xenophanes wasn't an atheist. He believed in a single, supreme God, but this deity was utterly unlike mortals, not resembling men in form or thought, a cosmic mind that shakes all things by the thought of his mind. This conception of a non-anthropomorphic, universal divinity was another crucial step toward the Logos, clearing the way for a universe that operated according to its own consistent, knowable rules, rather than the unpredictable passions of a divine pantheon. The collective project of these early thinkers reveals a shared, driving obsession, the search for a single, unifying principle behind the cosmos's bewildering multiplicity. Thales found it in water, Anaximenes in air, Heraclitus in fire, and the Logos and Pythagoras in number. Each offered a different answer, but they were all playing the same revolutionary game. They were united by the conviction that beneath the chaotic surface of the world, the endless cycle of birth, growth, decay, and death, lay a hidden, fundamental unity. The universe was a cosmos, a beautifully ordered system, not a chaotic battleground. This search for a unified theory of everything is a thread that runs directly from the pre-Socratics to the modern physics of Einstein and the quest for a grand unified theory today. They established the paradigm that the human mind could, through observation and reason, discern the fundamental architecture of reality. This tradition of bold, rational speculation is the very ignition spark of the scientific tradition. They initiated the practice of offering naturalistic explanations for phenomena that had previously been the exclusive domain of myth. Anaximander, for instance, theorized that lightning was not a weapon of Zeus, but simply wind breaking out of a cloud. He proposed that human beings originally developed from a fish-like form, a stunning prefiguration of evolutionary thought. These were not conclusions backed by rigorous experimentation. That would come much later, but they were hypotheses based on logical inference and a commitment to natural causes. They were replacing the who of causation with the what and the how. This shift created the intellectual environment where later figures like Democritus could conceive of a universe of atoms and void, a vision that would lie dormant for centuries before being spectacularly vindicated by modern science. The pre-Socratics were the first to dare to believe that the universe was not a mystery to be accepted on faith, but a puzzle to be solved by the human mind, setting in motion an adventure of discovery that continues to this very day. The world that Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle knew was about to be shattered. The small, intimate city-states where a citizen could walk from one end to the other in an hour and debate politics in the central agora were being swallowed up by a new political reality. The conquests of Alexander the Great didn't just redraw the map, they fundamentally rewired the human experience. Suddenly, an individual was no longer a citizen of a small, comprehensible polis, but a tiny, insignificant speck in a vast, multicultural empire stretching from Greece to India. This was a world of anonymous cities, distant monarchs, and chaotic markets, a world where traditional gods and local loyalties felt increasingly irrelevant. In this new, sprawling cosmos, the grand, abstract questions of Plato's ideal forms or Aristotle's perfect state began to feel like a luxury. People were gripped by a more immediate, more personal question. In a world I cannot control, a world of political powerlessness and constant uncertainty, how can I find my own peace? How can I be happy? This profound shift in the human condition gave birth to the great philosophical schools of the Hellenistic period, and their focus marks a dramatic pivot from the political to the personal. Classical philosophy asked, how do we build a just society? Hellenistic philosophy asked, how can I achieve tranquility in a society I did not build and cannot change? The central goal was no longer abstract truth or civic virtue, but a very practical state of being, ataraxia, the freedom from mental disturbance, or eudaimonia, a flourishing life of contentment. Philosophy was no longer just an academic pursuit for the elite. It became a form of therapy for the soul, a practical guidebook for living well in a disordered world. It's a shift that feels incredibly familiar to us today. In our own complex, globalized, and often overwhelming world, we too turn to modern equivalents, therapists, life coaches, wellness influencers, and self-help gurus, all promising their own recipe for inner peace and personal fulfillment. The Hellenistic philosophers were, in essence, the original life coaches, offering systematic paths to a life well lived when the external world seemed beyond our command. The first of these powerful recipes for living came from the garden of Epicurus, and it has been tragically misunderstood ever since. When most people hear Epicureanism, they picture lavish Roman feasts and the relentless pursuit of sensory pleasure. This is a historical injustice to a philosophy of profound simplicity and serenity. Epicurus defined pleasure as the absence of pain, both physical and mental. The highest good, he argued, was ataraxia, a state of serene tranquility, completely free from the turmoil of anxiety and fear. To achieve this, he proposed a radical calculus of desire. He categorized our wants into three types: natural and necessary desires like food, shelter, and friendship; natural but unnecessary desires like luxurious food or extravagant entertainment; and vain and empty desires like fame, power, and immense wealth. The path to happiness, according to Epicurus, was to master this calculus, to fulfill the natural and necessary desires which are simple and easy to obtain, and to ruthlessly eliminate the unnatural ones which are insatiable and the primary source of our anxiety. He famously stated that he could compete with Zeus in happiness if he had a barley cake and water. His school was a community of friends living a simple, self-sufficient life, withdrawn from the turbulent world of politics and commerce. The modern parallel is striking. The entire minimalism movement, with its conscious rejection of consumerism and its focus on living with less, is a direct enactment of the Epicurean principle. When people choose to declutter their homes, downsize their possessions, and prioritize experiences over things, they are seeking the very ataraxia Epicurus described, the profound peace that comes from wanting less, not having more. If Epicurus sought tranquility by retreating from the storm, the Stoics proposed a far more audacious path, finding peace by standing firm in the middle of it, unmoved and virtuous. Founded by Zeno of Citium and later refined by Roman giants like the slave-turned teacher Epictetus and the emperor Marcus Aurelius, Stoicism's fundamental insight is that our suffering does not come from external events, but from our judgments about those events. They introduced a simple but life-altering tool, the dichotomy of control. Some things are within our power: our opinions, our impulses, our desires, and our aversions. Everything else, our reputation, our wealth, our health, the actions of others, is not. The secret to a good life, then, is to focus all your energy exclusively on what you can control, your own character and your voluntary responses, and to accept with grace everything you cannot. The Stoics developed a suite of mental exercises to build this resilience. They practiced premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, where they would vividly imagine losing everything they cherished. This wasn't morbid pessimism, it was a psychological vaccine against the shock of misfortune, a way to appreciate what they had and to realize that their true worth, their virtue, could never be taken from them. The modern revival of Stoicism is a testament to its enduring power. Its principles are the direct ancestor of cognitive behavioral therapy, where therapists help patients identify and reframe their automatic negative thoughts, the modern equivalent of those false impressions the Stoics work to dismiss. You'll also find Stoicism hard at work in sports psychology, where athletes are trained to focus only on their circle of control, their effort, their technique, their attitude, and to accept variables like weather or a referee's bad call as externals not worth their emotional energy. While Stoicism and Epicureanism offered confident paths to happiness, another school, skepticism, took a radically different approach. Following in the footsteps of Pirho of Illes, the skeptics looked at the endless and irresolvable debates between philosophers and concluded that certainty itself was the problem. For every compelling argument about the nature of justice or the good life, an equally compelling counter-argument could be made. Since our senses can deceive us and our reason can lead us in circles, they argued that the only rational choice is to suspend judgment, a state they called epouché. By refusing to commit to any dogmatic belief about how the world should be, the skeptic could achieve ataraxia as a natural consequence, the mental turmoil of being proven wrong, of clinging to fragile opinions, simply evaporated. This embrace of uncertainty may sound like a recipe for inaction, but its legacy is the very engine of modern science. The scientific method is institutionalized skepticism. A scientist doesn't set out to prove a hypothesis true, they actively try to falsify it. Every scientific claim is held provisionally, always subject to being overturned by new evidence. This relentless, self-correcting process of doubt is what allows our understanding of the world to evolve. In our personal lives, a healthy dose of skepticism protects us from fundamentalism and intellectual arrogance. It encourages humility, open-mindedness, and the recognition that our perspective is always limited. In an age of stark polarization and absolute certainty, the skeptical practice of withholding judgment until the evidence is clear is a vital skill for civic and personal peace. What makes the Hellenistic period so resonant today is that these three schools, Epicureanism, Stoicism, and skepticism, form a complete toolkit for navigating the anxieties of modern life, and we often find ourselves drawing from all of them, sometimes unconsciously. When you consciously decide to have a quiet, technology-free weekend with close friends instead of chasing social obligations, you are living the Epicurean ideal, prioritizing simple, natural pleasures over vain and exhausting ones. When you face a stressful work deadline and consciously focus only on the tasks you can control, preparing your report, communicating clearly, while accepting that your boss's final decision is outside your hands, you are applying a core Stoic practice. And when you encounter a heated political debate online and choose to say, "I don't have enough information to form a firm opinion on that," you are exercising the skeptic's virtue of epouché. These ancient philosophies recognize that the world is, and always has been, a chaotic and unpredictable place. They understood that while we cannot control the events that happen to us, we have immense power over the citadel of our own mind. They transformed philosophy from a theoretical discipline into a lived practice, offering not just ways to think about the world, but concrete techniques to live well within it. In doing so, they gave us a timeless gift, the assurance that even when the empires of the world are in tumult, the individual soul can still find its own unshakable peace. Yet for all their world-changing power, these revolutionary ideas from ancient Greece very nearly vanished forever, lost to the fires of war, the decay of time, and the shifting priorities of a transformed Europe. As the Roman Empire crumbled and the long intellectual winter of the early Middle Ages set in, the great libraries of the Mediterranean world fell into ruin. The intricate dialogues of Plato, the systematic treatises of Aristotle, and the radical speculations of the pre-Socratics were written on fragile papyrus scrolls, and without active copying and study, they were doomed to disintegrate. In the West, knowledge of the Greek language itself almost completely disappeared outside of a few isolated monasteries, and what little remained of classical learning was often funneled through the narrow lens of early Christian thinkers who were primarily interested in philosophy only insofar as it could serve theology. The vast, sprawling, and sometimes dangerously secular intellectual universe of the Greeks was shrinking, its borders closing in, seemingly on the verge of being erased from human memory altogether. But just as one light was flickering out in Europe, another was being kindled in the East, where a vibrant new civilization was rising, one that would become the unexpected guardian of this precious philosophical inheritance. This salvation came from the scholars of the Islamic Golden Age, a period of extraordinary cultural and scientific flourishing that stretched from the 8th to the 14th centuries. As the Abbasid Caliphate expanded, it came into contact with the surviving intellectual centers of the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Sasanian Empire, where Greek manuscripts had been preserved. The Abbasid caliphs, particularly Al-Mamun in Baghdad, established the legendary House of Wisdom, a massive library and translation institute that became the epicenter of a monumental intellectual project. Here, teams of Christian, Muslim, and Jewish scholars working with funding from the state systematically sought out Greek scientific and philosophical texts and translated them into Arabic. Think of the sheer scale of this endeavor. Virtually the entire corpus of Aristotle, most of Plato's works, along with crucial texts from Galen, Ptolemy, and Euclid, were painstakingly translated, copied, and disseminated across an empire that stretched from Spain to the borders of India. This was not a passive act of preservation, it was an active and creative engagement. Islamic philosophers didn't just copy these works, they absorbed them, debated them, and wrote vast, sophisticated commentaries that expanded upon the original ideas. A thinker like Al-Farabi, known as the second teacher after Aristotle himself, synthesized Greek logic with Islamic metaphysics. The immense intellect of Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, produced an encyclopedic body of work that blended Aristotelianism with Neoplatonism, creating a comprehensive philosophical system that would dominate Islamic thought for centuries. And in Cordoba, the philosopher Ibn Rushd, or Averroes, mounted a fierce and brilliant defense of Aristotelian reason against the attacks of more conservative theologians, arguing that philosophy and revelation were two compatible paths to the same truth. For several centuries, this vibrant tradition of philosophical inquiry thrived within the Islamic world, while Europe remained largely cut off from its own classical roots. The bridge back was built through a series of dramatic cultural collisions: the reconquest of Spain by Christian kingdoms, the complex interactions in the Norman Kingdom of Sicily, and the bustling trade routes that crisscrossed the Mediterranean. In the great libraries of Toledo after it was captured in 1085, Christian scholars from across Europe began to arrive, awestruck by the treasures they found. Here were the works of Aristotle, not in fragmented, second-hand summaries, but in their full, staggering complexity, accompanied by the profound commentaries of Avicenna and Averroes. These scholars, many of them working under the patronage of Archbishop Raymond, embarked on a new great translation movement, this time from Arabic into Latin. Figures like Gerard of Cremona and Adelard of Bath devoted their lives to this task, transcribing and translating not only the Greek originals, but also the monumental scientific advances that Islamic scholars had made in fields like medicine, astronomy, and mathematics. The reintroduction of Aristotle's works on logic, physics, and metaphysics, filtered through these Islamic commentaries, sent a shockwave through the intellectual landscape of medieval Europe, fundamentally challenging the dominant Platonic Augustinian worldview of the early scholastics. The initial reaction from the European establishment was one of deep suspicion and even alarm. The comprehensive, rational, and often secular nature of Aristotelian science, with its arguments for an eternal universe and a soul that was intimately tied to the body, posed a direct threat to certain core Christian doctrines. The church authorities initially banned the teaching of Aristotle's natural philosophy at the University of Paris, but the genie was out of the bottle. The power of this rediscovered knowledge was simply too compelling to suppress. A young Dominican friar named Thomas Aquinas took on the monumental task of reconciling this newly recovered Aristotle with Christian faith. In his Summa Theologica, Aquinas performed a breathtaking intellectual synthesis, arguing that reason and faith were not enemies, but two complementary gifts from God. He adopted Aristotle's framework of the four causes, his logic and his ethics, weaving them into a comprehensive Christian worldview. He championed the idea that we could learn about God both through divine revelation in the Bible and through the rational observation of his creation, a concept that would eventually help create a space for scientific inquiry outside of pure theology. While Aquinas' system was a form of scholasticism, it was a scholasticism supercharged by the rigorous logic and empirical spirit of Aristotle, setting the stage for the system's own eventual overthrow. When the full flood of Greek learning finally arrived during the Italian Renaissance, it didn't just challenge medieval scholasticism, it completely overwhelmed its banks, igniting a cultural revolution we call humanism. While the scholastics had been primarily interested in Aristotle, the Renaissance humanists, with their zeal for recovering the pure sources of antiquity, now rediscovered the rest of the Greek tradition. They hunted for forgotten manuscripts in monastery libraries, and when Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, a new wave of Greek-speaking scholars fled to Italy, bringing with them precious codices of Plato, the Neoplatonists, and the Greek dramatists and historians. The fiery friar Girolamo Savonarola might have organized bonfires of the vanities for secular art, but the humanists were lighting a different kind of fire, the fire of classical learning. Figures like Marsilio Ficino, under the patronage of Cosimo de' Medici, established the Platonic Academy in Florence, where they translated all of Plato's works into Latin for the first time. The rediscovery of Plato's emphasis on ideal forms, transcendent beauty, and the dignity of the human soul provided a thrilling alternative to the often dry, logical disputations of Aristotelian scholasticism. This Platonic revival infused art, literature, and architecture with a new spirit. You can see it in Botticelli's Birth of Venus, where a classical goddess is reborn with a spiritualized, almost divine beauty, and in the perfectly proportioned, mathematically harmonious buildings of architects like Leon Battista Alberti, who sought to embody Plato's ideal forms in stone and mortar. This return to the original sources, this ad fontes movement, did more than just provide new philosophical content. It fundamentally changed the way Europeans thought. The humanist critique of scholasticism was that it had become a sterile game of logic chopping, focused on convoluted commentaries rather than engaging directly with the world or the original texts. By going back to Plato, to the Stoics, and to a purified Aristotle, the humanists rediscovered the Greek spirit of open inquiry, critical questioning, and the boundless potential of the individual human mind. This shift in perspective was the essential precondition for the explosions that would follow. When Nicolaus Copernicus, trained as a humanist, began to question the Earth-centered Ptolemaic model of the universe, he was partly inspired by the rediscovery of ancient Greek speculations about a sun-centered cosmos. He was practicing a form of intellectual archaeology, using the tools of the Renaissance to dig up a buried idea and, with new mathematical rigor, prove it was true. The scientific revolution, from Galileo's telescopic observations to Isaac Newton's grand synthesis, was built upon this recovered foundation of Greek mathematics and the renewed faith in a rational, law-governed cosmos, a faith that the Islamic scholars and then the Renaissance humanists had kept alive. The Greek insistence that the universe could be understood by human reason, preserved in Arabic and reintroduced to Europe in Latin, finally found its full expression in the universal laws of physics. This trajectory leads us directly to the bright, rationalist fires of the Enlightenment in the 18th century. The philosophers of this age, the philosophers, saw themselves as the direct heirs to the Greek tradition of free thought, now liberated from the shackles of both church dogma and royal absolutism. When Voltaire championed reason and railed against superstition, he was channeling the spirit of Socrates. When Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent D'Alembert compiled the Encyclopédie, that great monument to human knowledge, they were attempting to do for their age what the scholars of the House of Wisdom had done centuries before: gather all available knowledge from the mechanical arts to philosophy and disseminate it for the betterment of humanity. The political theories of the Enlightenment were deeply indebted to this recovered past. John Locke's theories of natural rights and the social contract have their roots in the Stoic concept of a universal law of nature accessible to all rational beings. The American founding fathers, men like Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, were steeped in the classics. They read Plato's Republic and Polybius's analysis of the Roman Constitution, and they consciously modeled their new republic on the Greek ideal of citizen participation and the Aristotelian concept of a mixed constitution that would balance the interests of the one, the few, and the many. The very architecture of Washington, D.C., with its neoclassical buildings and civic spaces, was designed to evoke the democratic spirit of Athens and the republican virtue of Rome. The long and perilous journey of these texts from the scriptoriums of Athens to the translation desks of Baghdad, to the lecture halls of Paris, and finally to the libraries of Philadelphia, had culminated in the creation of a new nation founded on the principle that the power to govern derives from the reason and consent of the people, a truly revolutionary idea whose lineage stretches back over 2 millennia to the agora where it all began. So we've journeyed together from the sun-drenched agora of Athens to the quiet gardens of Epicurus, from the logical puzzles of Zeno to the cosmic fire of Heraclitus, and what an extraordinary expedition it has been. We've seen how a handful of thinkers from a small corner of the ancient world didn't just ask questions, they laid the very ground rules for how we ask questions at all. These 30 philosophies are not artifacts locked away in a museum of intellectual history. They are the active, humming code running in the background of our civilization, the invisible architecture of our daily lives. Every time you step into a voting booth, you are walking in the footsteps of the Athenian citizen, participating in a system debated over 2,000 years ago. Each time a scientist formulates a hypothesis, they are practicing a form of disciplined skepticism that traces back to Pyrrho. When you hear a modern therapist advise a client to challenge their automatic negative thoughts, you are listening to the direct application of Stoic principles, refined through centuries into cognitive behavioral therapy. Our legal arguments are structured on the bones of Aristotelian syllogisms. Our computers operate on the binary logic he first formalized, and our very drive to find purpose and meaning in our careers echoes Aristotle's powerful concept of telos. These ideas are not relics, they are the living foundation upon which our modern world is built, the intellectual DNA that shapes everything from our governments and technologies to our most personal searches for happiness and resilience. This profound connection to the past offers us more than just historical insight. It provides a powerful toolkit for navigating the complexities of our own lives. The philosophies we've explored are not mutually exclusive doctrines, but a rich and varied menu of wisdom, each offering a unique perspective on the human condition. The Stoic practice of focusing only on what you can control provides an anchor in a sea of digital distraction and constant news cycles. The Epicurean art of distinguishing between natural and vain desires offers a potent antidote to the anxieties of consumer culture. The Socratic commitment to questioning everything empowers us to cut through misinformation and think for ourselves. And Plato's allegory of the cave serves as an eternal warning to look beyond the flickering shadows on our own screens, to seek the deeper, more substantial truths that give life its meaning. These are not abstract theories, they are practical, time-tested strategies for living a more examined, more resilient, and more fulfilling life. They remind us that the struggles we face, the search for purpose, the management of desire, the confrontation with uncertainty, are not new. They are the very same struggles that these brilliant minds grappled with, and their insights have been field-tested by millennia of human experience. And that brings us to the most exciting part of this entire journey. This long conversation that began in the Athenian marketplace doesn't end with this video. It continues with you right here and now. You are a living participant in this grand, ongoing dialogue. The choices you make every day, how you handle setbacks, what you prioritize, how you engage with others, are all practical applications of a philosophy, whether you've ever labeled it as one or not. So now, I want to turn the mic over to you and make this conversation a true dialogue. Look back through these 30 ideas. Which one sparks an immediate connection? Does the Stoic dichotomy of control bring you a sense of calm in your hectic work life? Does the Socratic Method inspire you to ask better questions in your own community? Perhaps you see the shadow of Plato's cave in the echo chambers of social media, or you find yourself drawn to the Pythagorean belief in a mathematically beautiful universe. I am genuinely curious to hear your story. Share in the comments below which ancient Greek philosophy resonates the most powerfully with your life today. Tell me how you see these ideas playing out in your world, because this isn't just history, it's our shared human inheritance and the